Moore's paradox presents a strange situation where a person makes a statement that is logically possible but psychologically puzzling if someone says it is raining, but I don't believe it is. Raining, their words do not contradict each other in a strict logical sense. The weather can be one way and belief can be another. Yet, hearing someone say this feels odd. A person typically believes what they assert, and asserting something while denying belief in it creates a conflict in how people normally communicate. I'd love to invite you to share in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. It's incredible to think about how we're all connected through these stories and ideas. If you enjoy these thought-provoking explorations, consider subscribing to Tired Thinker so we can keep bringing you reflective narratives. Now settle in, get comfortable, and let your imagination drift as we delve into the mind-boggling paradoxes and mysteries. Imagine a person standing outside in the rain without an umbrella. They see water falling from the sky, feel it on their skin, and hear it hitting the pavement. Now, suppose they say it is raining. This statement makes perfect sense. It aligns with their observations and their belief. But if they follow up with, I don't believe it is raining, confusion arises. Why would someone state a fact while denying that they believe it? It sounds as if they are contradicting themselves. Yet, they technically are not to understand the problem. Consider how belief and assertion usually work. Together, when someone makes a statement, they imply that they believe what they are saying. If a person says, I like coffee, listeners assume that the person truly likes coffee. If the same person says, I like coffee, but I don't believe I like coffee, their words create confusion. The structure of the sentence does not violate logic, but it clashes with how humans expert ECT beliefs and statements to align. This paradox becomes more interesting when applied to real-life situations. Imagine a student who takes an exam and confidently writes down an answer. They say the capital of France is Paris, but then add, I don't believe the capital of France is Paris. It is unclear what they mean if they know the answer is Paris. Why would they doubt their belief if they truly do not believe it? Why would they write it as their answer? The contrad exists not in the facts themselves, but in the relationship between belief and expression. G. Moore, the philosopher who identified this paradox, pointed out that it reveals something fundamental about how people think and communicate. When a person asserts something, they usually believe it. If they deny belief in their own statement, it signals a breakdown in reasoning. This paradox highlights an important difference between knowledge and belief. Knowledge is typically considered justified true belief, while belief itself can exist without knowledge. A person might believe something that is false or lack belief in something that is true. Consider a case where someone suffers from a delusion. A man might look at his reflection in a mirror and recognize his own face, yet he insists, that is my reflection, but I don't believe it is my reflection. His perception and knowledge tell him one thing, but his belief does not match this. Kind of disconnect is rare in everyday life, but can happen in cases of mental disorders or deep confusion. A person Experiencing dissociation might say, I am speaking right now, but I don't believe I am speaking, expressing a disconnect between experience and belief. Another example comes from situations where people act out of habit. A person might say, I locked the door, but I don't believe I locked the door. They physically remember turning the key, yet doubt lingers in their mind. This kind of statement is different from the classic Moran sentence, but it follows a similar pattern. The person acknowledges an action while simultaneously expressing doubt in their belief. This paradox also relates to self-deception. Suppose someone repeatedly tells themselves, I am happy, but I don't believe I am happy. This statement could reveal a psychological struggle. They recognize their words, but their internal belief does not match. People often tell themselves things that they wish were true, but do not fully accept. In this way, Mohs paradox appears. In situations where people struggle with their own emotions or self-perception, lying adds another layer to the paradox. Normally, when people lie, they make statements that they know are false while trying to convince others that they are true. A politician might say the economy is strong even if they believe it is weak, but a Morean liar would say the economy is strong, but I don't believe the economy is strong. This type of statement does not work well as a deception because it exposes the lie. Within the same sentence, a liar typically hides their disbelief rather than openly stating it. Mohs paradox also appears in dreams. People sometimes wake up from a vivid dream and say that was a dream, but I don't believe it was a dream in the moment the dream felt real. And even after waking, the feeling lingers. Their knowledge and their belief temporarily disconnect. A similar experience happens with optical illusions. If a person looks at an illusion that makes two objects appear different in size, they might say the two shapes are the same size, but I don't believe they are the same size. Their knowledge tells them one thing, but their perception resists the truth. Philosophers have explored variations of this paradox in different contexts. Some have applied it to skepticism. A radical skeptic might say, I know there is an external world, but I don't believe there is an external world. They acknowledge the common assumption that reality exists but struggle to fully accept it. This kind of thinking can lead to deeper philosophical problems about doubt, certainty, and existence in a social context. This paradox can manifest in discussions about trust. A person might say, I trust my friend, but I don't believe I trust my friend. This could indicate an internal conflict. On one level, they acknowledge trust, but deep down they question it. Relationships often involve this type of contradiction. A person might say, I love my partner, but I don't believe I love my partner, expressing uncertainty about their emotions. Language plays a key role in why this paradox feels so strange. In most cases, belief and assertion go together. When a person speaks, they usually expect others to assume they believe what they are saying. This expectation is so strong that breaking it feels unnatural. If a person said, I am reading this sentence, but I don't believe I am reading this sentence, listeners would struggle to understand what they mean. The contradiction, then, is not in the sentence itself, but in how people process beliefs and statements. Computer logic faces a similar issue in programming statements are either true or false. A system that encounters a statement like this function is running, but I don't believe this function is running would struggle to process it. Computers operate on strict logical principles, so belief-based contradictions do not fit within their framework. This shows that Moore's paradox is deeply tied to human psychology rather than pure logic. The paradox also applies in debates and arguments. If someone says the statistics show crime is decreasing, but I don't believe crime is decreasing, their words suggest bias. They acknowledge the data, but refuse to accept the conclusion. This kind of reasoning happens in political discussions where people's beliefs override facts. Someone might say the study proves vaccines are safe, but I don't believe vaccines are safe, illustrating how personal belief can persist even when confronted with evidence. Moore's paradox is not just a linguistic puzzle, it reveals the complex relationship between knowledge, belief, and communication. It highlights how people expect statements to reflect belief and how breaking that expectation creates confusion, whether in everyday speech philosophy, psychology, or artificial intelligence. This paradox challenges assumptions about how thought and language connect. A law student agrees to pay his teacher for his legal education only if he wins his first. The paradox of the court case. The teacher, seeing an opportunity to ensure payment, decides to sue the student for the money. This creates a logical contradiction that leaves both the student and the teacher in a legal and philosophical dilemma. The teacher reasons that no matter what happens, the student must pay if the court rules in favor of the teacher. Then, the student must pay because the verdict enforces the contract if the court rules in favor of the student. Then he has won his first case, which means that according to his own agreement, he must pay the teacher in either situation. The teacher believes he will receive the payment. The student, however, sees things differently. He argues that no matter what the court decides, he should not have to pay if he loses the case. The court has decided that he does not owe the money, so he does not have to pay if he wins. Then he has not yet won a case before the ruling is made, meaning that the condition to pay the teacher was never met. In both cases, he believes he does not have to pay. This paradox challenges legal reasoning because both arguments appear sound, yet they lead to completely opposite conclusions. If the court rules for the teacher, it supports the student's argument that he has lost his first case and therefore does not owe payment. If the court rules for the student, it supports the teacher's argument that the student has now won a case and must pay. The contradiction highlights a fundamental problem in how legal agreements depend on the outcomes of uncertain events. Consider how this paradox affects the idea of contracts and conditional agreements. A contract depends on clear terms that dictate what must happen in different situations. If a contract creates a loop where each possible outcome contradicts itself, then it raises questions about whether the contract is enforceable at all. In this case, The problem arises because the condition for payment depends on an event that itself is determined by. Whether payment is required, legal systems try to avoid self-referential contradictions like this, but similar problems appear in real-world cases. Imagine a scene scenario where a company agrees to deliver a product only if a customer first provides a payment to them. Customer, in turn, agrees to make the payment only after receiving the product if neither party is willing to act first. The contract collapses into a deadlock. This mirrors the dilemma between the teacher and the student, where each decision influences the conditions of the contract in a way that creates an unsolvable loop. The paradox of the court also highlights issues in legal reasoning about intent and obligation. If the student made the agreement in good faith, does he still have an obligation to pay even if the conditions technically allow him to avoid it? If the teacher made the agreement knowing this contradiction could arise, is he acting in bad faith? By suing, legal systems often rely on intent and fairness when deciding contract disputes. But in this case, both sides could argue that fairness supports their position beyond law. This paradox raises broader philosophical questions about self-referential rules. Many paradoxes emerge when a rule applies to itself. Consider the liar paradox, where a statement says this sentence is false. If the sentence is true, then it must be false. If it is false, then it must be true. The paradox of the court follows a similar pattern because the lawsuit both fulfills and negates the terms of the agreement at the same time. This paradox also has implications for decision-making in uncertain situations. Many real-world decisions involve conditions that depend on their own outcomes. A business might only invest in a new project if it is profitable, but the project can only be profitable if the business invests in it. A job seeker might only move to a new city if they get a job there, but employers may only hire local candidates. These loops can prevent action unless an external force breaks the cycle. The paradox also connects to game theory, where participants make decisions based on how they expect others to act in the teacher-student case. Both parties assume they have the winning argument. The teacher believes he is guaranteed payment, while the student believes he is guaranteed not to pay. This mirrors real-world legal disputes, where both sides believe their interpretation of the law is correct. Courts exist to resolve these disagreements, but in this case, any ruling reinforces both arguments rather than resolving them in practical terms. This paradox illustrates why legal systems require clear and enforceable contracts. A well-written contract avoids ambiguity and self-referential conditions that can lead to paradoxes. In many cases, courts interpret contracts based on the intent of the agreement rather than just its literal wording. If the student and teacher had included a clause clarifying what happens in the event of a lawsuit, the paradox might have been avoided. Similar paradoxes appear in other fields as well. In mathematics, Goal's incompleteness theorem shows that any sufficiently powerful system of logic contains statements that cannot be proven true or false within the system in computing self-referential loops can cause programs to crash or enter infinite cycles in economics. Certain pricing models create feedback loops, where supply and demand continuously affect each other in unpredictable ways. The paradox of the court is a reminder that even simple agreements can lead to logical contradictions if they are not carefully structured. It also shows that some disputes cannot be resolved simply by applying rules, but require deeper reasoning about intent, fairness, and practicality, while legal systems aim to provide clear answers. Paradoxes like this reveal the limitations of logic when applied to human agreements. This paradox continues to be discussed in philosophy, law, and logic because it highlights fundamental problems in reasoning about contracts and conditions. It remains an example of how even seemingly straightforward agreements can create contradictions when their terms depend on uncertain future events a legal system operates under. Self-amendment paradox: rules that define how laws are created, amended, and repealed. Some laws remain unchanged for centuries, while others shift to fit evolving societies. In most systems, laws follow a structured process where new legislation must align with existing rules. But what happens if a law claims the power to invalidate all previous laws? This idea creates a logical contradiction. If the law succeeds, it erases the foundation that made its own existence possible. If it fails, then it does not truly have the power it claims. This is the self-amendment paradox, a fundamental issue in legal philosophy. Consider a government that decides to simplify its legal system. Lawmakers introduce a new law that states all previous laws are null and void. At first glance, this seems like a clean slate. Every regulation, statute, and legal precedent disappears, but a problem emerges. If all laws are void, then the rules that allowed the new law to pass are also gone. Without those rules, the new law itself loses its legitimacy. In trying to erase the past, it erases itself. This paradox challenges the way laws derive their authority. Imagine a fictional country where lawmakers debate over complicated legal codes. Frustrated with contradictions and outdated laws, they draft a sweeping new statute. It reads this law overrides all previous laws and replaces them with a new legal framework. They pass it through the legislative process and it becomes official. But this raises a question: if all previous laws are gone, what gives this new law its authority? If the Constitution or legislative procedures that allowed this change no longer exist, then the law itself has no legal foundation. The system C collapses under its own reform. This paradox applies not only to entire legal systems, but also to amendments within them. Many constitutions include provisions for self-amendment, meaning they allow changes to their own structure. A government may introduce an amendment that gives itself unlimited power, overriding previous restrictions. But if the amendment process follows existing legal rules, then it still depends on them. If those rules disappear, the amendment may lose its own legitimacy. It cannot stand alone without the very structure it dismantles. A historical example can be found in revolutionary Governments. When a new regime overthrows an old one, it often declares previous laws void, however, to establish control. It still needs some form of legal order in practice. Even the most radical revolutions retain portions of previous. Legal systems to avoid chaos. The paradox becomes clear when a government claims absolute legal authority, but still relies on remnants of the past for legitimacy. A similar problem arises in company policies. Suppose a corporation drafts a new internal rule stating that all previous company policies are abolished, including the policy that established this new rule, if enforced it destroys its own validity. Employees would be left in a legal vacuum with no structure to follow if challenged. The company would need to recognize some authority, either past policies or a higher governing body, to justify the change. Without that, the policy contradicts itself. This paradox also appears in computer programming. A programmer might write a piece of code that deletes all previous data, including the command that triggered the deletion. If the system executes the command, it may delete the very instructions needed. To process further operations, the program effectively destroys its own ability to function. This mirrors the legal paradox in a digital form. Contracts present another example. If a contract includes a clause that states this contract invalidates all previous agreements, including itself, then what remains? Enforceable. If the clause is true, then the contract erases itself. If it is false, then the previous agreements may still hold weight. This contradiction makes it impossible to determine the legal standing of any agreement. Philosophically, this paradox ties into broader questions about self-reference and circular reasoning. A statement that negates itself cannot be consistently true or false. If a government's legal system allows a law that wipes out all past laws, it enters the same logical loop. It either destroys its own legitimacy or remains bound by the laws it tried to erase a real world. Case that touches on this issue is constitutional suspension during emergencies. Some governments grant themselves emergency powers that override existing laws, but if they suspend the very laws that define their powers, they risk undermining their own legitimacy. If a constitution permits its own suspension, then during that suspension, it ceases to provide authority. This can create legal uncertainty, where the system both does and does not exist at the same time. Military coups sometimes face this paradox. A new ruler may dissolve a previous government and claim total control. However, if they justify their rule by citing constitutional authority, they must acknowledge the previous system. If they ignore it completely, they lack any legal framework to enforce their rule. In both cases, they must either accept remnants of the past or operate in a legal void. This paradox can also appear in personal decision-making. Suppose someone declares, "From now on, I will follow no rules, including this rule." If they adhere to their statement, then they must abandon the rule itself. If they ignore it, then they contradict their own commitment. The paradox creates an unstable position where neither possibility remains consistent legal. Theorists debate whether any system can truly erase itself. Some argue that legal systems always evolve rather than restart even when governments collapse. Some form of legal continuity remains. Others suggest that radical breaks can occur but require external authority to enforce them without an external framework. A law that invalidates all previous laws loses its own grounding. A legal system must maintain consistency to function. If laws contradict themselves, courts struggle to enforce them. The self-amendment paradox highlights how legal authority depends on continuity. A law that erases its own foundation creates uncertainty in practical terms most legal systems avoid this paradox by ensuring that fundamental rules cannot be abolished outright. Understanding this paradox sheds light on broader issues of governance, authority, and self-referential logic. When legal systems amend themselves, they must do so in a way that preserves their own validity. A law that nullifies all past laws, including the laws that allowed it to exist, enters an endless loop where it both is and isn't valid. This contradiction forces legal scholars to consider whether absolute legal resets are even possible or whether legal continuity is always necessary for stability. A judge declares in court, the hanging judge paradox, will hang you only if I cannot prove you guilty. This statement seems straightforward at first, but it creates an impossible condition. If the judge cannot prove the defendant guilty, then by his own words, he must hang the defendant. But if he hangs the defendant, he is carrying out a punishment that should only be applied when guilt cannot be proven. This contradiction reveals the paradox. To understand why this is a logical trap, consider a scenario where a person is accused of a crime. The trial begins and the judge states the unusual rule before reviewing the evidence. The prosecution presents its case. But suppose the evidence is weak or inconclusive. If guilt cannot be established beyond a reasonable doubt, the judge's rule states that the accused must be hanged. However, hanging is a punishment that implies guilt. This means the accused is being punished without proof, which contradicts the idea of a fair trial. Now consider the alternative. If the judge does prove the defendant guilty, then, according to his own rule, the hanging should not take place. The condition for punishment is the absence of proof. The moment proof appears, the requirement for execution disappears. The paradox lies in the fact that both outcomes contradict each other. If there is no proof, the judge must punish, but punishment implies guilt, which contradicts the need for proof. If there is proof, then no punishment occurs, making the threat of hanging meaningless. This paradox resembles classic self-referential contradictions. It is similar to the liar paradox, where a statement refers to itself in a way that creates an endless loop. This statement is false, cannot be consistently classified as true or false. The judge's statement does something similar by linking the punishment to the absence of proof. The execution, which should be an action taken based on the judge's decision, undermines the very principle of requiring proof. Imagine the accused raising an objection. Your Honor, you cannot prove me guilty. Since you cannot prove it, you must hang me, but if you hang me, you are treating me as guilty without proof, which contradicts. The reason for the hanging, the judge faces a dilemma he cannot both adhere to his own rule and maintain legal consistency. The structure of justice demands that punishment be based on proven guilt, but the judge's rule sets up a situation where punishment occurs only when proof is absent. The system collapses because it forces the judge into an action that contradicts itself. This paradox highlights deeper issues in logic and justice legal systems rely on. Clear cause and effect reasoning. A crime must be proven for punishment to be justified. If guilt cannot be established, the person is set free. The judge's rule breaks this system by linking the absence of proof to a consequence that should only result from proof. Another way to think about the paradox is to compare it to an ultimatum with conflicting outcomes. Imagine a game where a player can win only if they do not score any points. If the player avoids scoring, they win, but winning implies achieving the goal of the game, which contradicts the rule. If they score, they immediately lose because they did not meet the condition for winning, no matter what the player does. They cannot satisfy the conditions. Without contradiction, the paradox also has similarities to the well-known problem of Catch-22 in the novel by Joseph Haler. A soldier can avoid dangerous combat missions if he is declared insane, but if he asks to be removed from combat because he fears for his life, he is demonstrating rational thinking, which means Huli is not insane. Therefore, he must continue flying missions. The soldier's request invalidates itself in the same way that the judge's rule invalidates itself the moment it is applied. It defeats its own logic. Another related paradox is the unexpected hanging. In that scenario, a judge informs a prisoner that they will be hanged on a surprise day next week. The prisoner reasons that if they are not hanged by Thursday night, Friday must be the day. But if Friday is the only remaining option, then it is not a surprise, so it cannot happen. Then either by using logical deduction, the prisoner concludes that the hanging will not happen yet. When the executioner arrives on an unexpected day, the prisoner is surprised, proving their reasoning wrong. This paradox, like the hanging judge paradox, demonstrates how certain logical conditions can break down when applied to reality. Returning to the judge's dilemma, the only way to resolve the paradox would be to change the rule. If the judge stated instead, "I will hang you if I find you guilty," the contradiction disappears. The punishment follows naturally from the proof. However, by tying the punishment to the absence of proof, the judge creates a scenario where punishment must both exist and not exist at the same time. This paradox exposes the fundamental tension between rules and self-referential conditions. It shows how an authority figure, by trying to establish a rigid principle, can create a scenario where their own actions contradict their stated logic. Justice relies on coherence between rules and their application. The hanging judge paradox demonstrates what happens when a rule undermines itself. Legal systems operate under principes meant to ensure fairness and rational decision-making. The paradoxical rule set by the judge destroys the structure that makes justice possible It highlights why rules must be carefully constructed to avoid self-defeating contradictions. If a rule makes it impossible to logically apply justice, then it is not a rule at all, but a paradox wrapped in authority goals. Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Incompleteness theorem states that in any sufficiently complex mathematical system, there are true statements that cannot be proven within the system itself. This means that no matter how complete or well-structured a system of rules is, there will always be truths that lie beyond its ability to verify. The theorem challenges the idea that mathematics can be a perfect self-contained logical framework. To understand this, consider a simple example. Imagine a machine designed to check mathematical proofs. This machine follows strict logical rules and operates flawlessly within its system. Suppose someone asks it whether a particular statement is true or false. If the machine is powerful enough to check all possible proofs within the system goals theorem, suggests that there will always be some statements that the machine cannot prove either way. These statements are neither provably true nor provably false within the system. A useful analogy is a book that attempts to list all true facts about the world. No matter how complete this book seems, Gödel's theorem implies that there will always be facts that cannot be included, because their truth cannot be determined using the book's existing rules. Even if new rules are added, the problem does not go away. New gaps always emerge. Gödel demonstrated his theorem by constructing a statement within arithmetic that essentially says this statement cannot be proven. If the statement were false, it would mean it could be proven, which contradicts itself. If the statement were true, then it cannot be proven within the system, confirming its truth, but proving the system incomplete. This self-referential trick, similar to the liar paradox, forms the foundation of the theorem's logic. Another way to think about it is through a game of chess. Chess follows strict rules, and every legal move follows from those rules. However, there could be scenarios where a position arises that no set of existing rules can fully resolve. A player might ask, is this position a definite it win or draw, but no amount of logical reasoning within the game's framework can provide a definitive answer if new rules are introduced. To address this, more unsolvable scenarios could emerge. The implications of this theorem extend far beyond pure mathematics in computing. It means that no computer program can ever be completely self-sufficient in verifying all truths within its own system. No matter how advanced an artificial intelligence system becomes, there will always be limits to what it can verify. In philosophy, Gödel's theorem challenges the idea that logic alone can form a complete and self-contained foundation for knowledge. Consider a library that tries to contain every possible true statement about the universe. If the library is governed by fixed rules for verifying statements, Gödel's theorem suggests that there will always be truths that fall outside what the library can confirm. Even if the library expands its verification system, new, unprovable truths will emerge, keeping the system forever incomplete. Mathematicians once hoped to Create a set of rules that could prove all true mathematical statements, a goal known as Hilbert's program goals. Theorem shattered this hope by proving that no matter how carefully a system is built, it will always contain true statements that escape proof. This forced mathematicians to rethink the foundations of logic and number theory. One practical effect of this: the theorem appears an automated theorem, proving a program designed to prove. Mathematical statements can never be guaranteed to decide every possible question correctly. Some problems will always exist beyond its reach, no matter how sophisticated the system becomes. This has consequences in fields like artificial intelligence, cryptography, and even physics, where mathematical models play a central role. Another illustration of Goal's theorem is the idea of a self. Contained language. Suppose a language has strict rules for defining words. If every word must be defined using other words in the language, there will always be some meanings that cannot be fully captured if new words are introduced to cover gaps. Further, gaps appear, making the language incomplete. This mirrors how mathematical systems always leave some truths unprovable. The theorem also suggests limits to human knowledge. If mathematics, the most rigorous logical system, is incomplete, then other systems based on logic and reason may also have fundamental limitations. In science, theories aim to explain the universe, but if the structure of knowledge itself is incomplete, there may always be aspects of reality that remain beyond formal explanation. Goal's theorem does not mean that mathematics is broken or useless. Instead, it shows that mathematics is deeper and more intricate than previously believed, just as a map can never fully capture the real world without losing detail. A mathematical system can never fully capture all mathematical truths without missing something. This paradoxical nature of logic continues to challenge and inspire mathematicians, philosophers, and scientists. Imagine someone tells you that you will win the lottery when you, the unexpected lottery paradox, least expect it. This statement creates a logical problem. If you expect that you will win, then it contradicts the idea that it will happen when you least expect it. But if you expect that you will not win, then does that mean you should now expect to win? The paradox creates a cycle of reasoning where no consistent expectation makes sense. Think about a person who buys a lottery ticket. Every week at first, they assume they will never win because the odds are so low. If they never expect to win, then the moment they do win, it aligns with the idea that the win was unexpected. But what if they start thinking about the paradox? If they accept that they will win when they least expect it, then they might start expecting it not to happen. But now, if they believe they won't win, doesn't that mean they should expect to win? The reasoning keeps folding back on itself. To see the contradiction more clearly, consider another version of the paradox that involves a surprise gift. Imagine a friend tells you that they will give you a surprise gift on a day when you least expect it. If you wake up every morning and think today could be the day, then you always expect it. But if you convince yourself that the gift will never come, does that mean today is the day you should expect it? the paradox lies in how expectations interact with uncertainty. A similar problem appears in logic puzzles, like the unexpected hanging paradox. A judge tells a prisoner that he will be hanged on a weekday, but it will be a surprise. The prisoner thinks it through and concludes that he cannot be hanged on Friday because if he is still alive by Thursday night, Friday would be the only day left, and that wouldn't be a surprise. Following the same reasoning, he eliminates Thursday, then Wednesday, and so on until he concludes that he will never be hanged. But when the executioner arrives on a random day, the prisoner is still surprised. The logic collapses when reality steps in. Now apply the same idea to the lottery paradox. A person believes they will only win when they don't expect it, but if they use logic to argue that they can never expect it, then they always expect not to win. If expecting not to win is the condition that leads to winning, then should they now expect to? When the reasoning flips back and forth without reaching a stable conclusion. Another way to see the problem is to look at how probability works. The chance of winning the lottery is incredibly low. People generally assume they will lose because mathematically losing is the overwhelming outcome. But just because they expect to lose doesn't change the odds. Each ticket still has the same probability of winning no matter what someone believes. The paradox plays on how people confuse expectation with actual probability. Even if someone fully expects to lose, their expectation doesn't affect the random nature of the lottery. Draw psychology also plays a role in the paradox. People are bad at handling uncertainty when faced with an event that could happen at any time. They try to create mental shortcuts to predict it, but the very idea of least expecting something creates a loop. If someone truly doesn't expect an event, then they wouldn't even be thinking about it. But if they try to prepare for it by expecting not to expect it, they're caught in a contradiction. A real-world example of this paradox occurs with surprise bonuses at work. An employer tells employees they will receive a surprise bonus when they least expect it. At first, the employees go about their work without expecting anything. Then someone realizes that if they least expect it, maybe that means they should start expecting it to happen soon. But once they start expecting it, it can no longer be a surprise. So now they convince themselves that it won't happen, which makes them believe it actually might happen. The cycle continues, and the bonus, whenever it comes, still surprises them. This paradox also connects to the idea of self-fulfilling and self-defeating prophecies. A self-fulfilling prophecy occurs when believing something makes it come true, like someone who expects to fail a test and then performs poorly. Because of their mindset, a self-defeating prophecy is the opposite. If someone believes that saying a wish out loud stops it from coming true, then they will never express their deepest wishes. The lottery paradox is closer to a self-defeating prophecy. If someone convinces themselves that expecting to lose will make them win, they start expecting to win, which then should prevent them from winning. Under the original logic, the paradox stops them from forming a stable belief. A similar contradiction appears in competitive games. A chess player might expect their opponent to make a particular move, but if the opponent realizes this, They might change their strategy to remain unpredictable now. If the original player anticipates this change, they must adjust again. The cycle of expect and counter expecting continues the more someone tries to predict an unpredictable event, the more they interfere with their own reasoning. One way to escape the paradox is to stop trying to apply logic to an inherently random event. The lottery has no memory. The balls do not know who expects to win or lose. No amount of logical reasoning changes the fundamental randomness of the draw. If someone wins it, is because their number was drawn, not because of their expectations. But the paradox isn't about the actual lottery. It is about the nature of expectations and how they contradict themselves when turned into conditions for an event. Another way to resolve the paradox is to define what it means to least expect something. If someone plays the lottery for 20 years and wins once, that win is still unexpected relative to the number of times they lost. A person might least expect to win on a particular Tuesday, even though they generally expect to lose over time. The paradox works by forcing a false choice between expecting and not expecting when real expectations exist on a spectrum. If someone wants to play with the paradox, they could try to create the perfect state of mind where they neither expect to win nor expect to lose. But the moment they think about whether they have reached that mindset, they have failed. True surprise cannot be planned. The paradox of the unexpected lottery plays with this fact, making it impossible to fully resolve in a way that satisfies both logic and intuition. The problem of the criterion. To judge what is true, you need a standard. That standard or criterion must already be trusted before you use it. But how do you judge the criterion itself? If you say the criterion is valid, you must base that on something that creates a loop. You need truth to judge the criterion, but you need a criterion to judge truth. This is the problem of the criterion. Imagine a courtroom. A judge must decide whether a piece of evidence is admissible. The court has rules for evidence, but where did those rules come from? They must have been set by an authority, perhaps lawmakers or past court rulings. But what gave those lawmakers the authority to decide if they needed some standard to write the law? Who created that standard? At some point, you either accept the rules without justification or keep searching for an ultimate foundation that might not exist. The philosopher Roderick Chisholm made this paradox clear. He argued that every search for truth runs into two questions. First, what do we know? Second, how do we decide what we know? The first question assumes that we already have knowledge. The second asks for a method to verify it, but answering either question depends on the other. If you start with knowledge, you need a way to confirm that knowledge is valid. If you start with a method, you need to prove that the method itself is trustworthy. Either way, you are stuck in a circle. This paradox appears in daily life. When you hear news, how do you know it is true? You might say you trust reliable sources, but how do you know they are reliable? You might point to their past accuracy, but how do you measure accuracy if you compare sources against each other? You assume that at least one of them is correct, But how do you decide which one the problem repeats? Itself, this also happens in science. Scientists test hypotheses using experiments. They trust the scientific method to give reliable results. But why trust the scientific method, the usual? Answer is that it has worked before, that assumes past success guarantees future success. But that itself is a principle called induction, which also needs justification if you justify induction. By saying it has worked before, you rely on induction to prove induction, creating a loop. Consider a historian researching the past. They compare Doc Doan's artifacts and accounts. But how do they judge which accounts are true? They might say some sources are more reliable, but how do they know if they say those sources have been accurate in the past? They assume past reliability proves current truth. If they rely on multiple sources agreeing, they assume consensus equals truth. Both methods require a criterion that itself needs validation. This problem shows up in ethics. If someone says lying is wrong, you can ask why. They might say it is harmful, but why does harm make something wrong? They might appeal to a moral principle like fairness or human dignity, but how do they justify that principle? They either assume it is self-evident or base it on another principle, which itself needs justification if they try to ground. Ethics in logic, they must explain why logical consistency matters. In moral reasoning, every answer leads to another. Question religious beliefs also face this issue. A person might believe a religious text is true if you ask why. They might say it comes from a divine source. If you ask how they know that source is real, they might say the text itself confirms it. That is circular if they appeal to personal experience. They need a way to verify that experience. If they cite historical evidence, they must justify trusting those historical records. The problem remains the same in mathematics. The problem appears in axioms. Every mathematical system starts with basic assumptions. These axioms are not proven. They are accepted as starting points, but why accept them? The usual answer is that they seem self-evident or that they work well in practice. But both justifications assume that reason or usefulness determines truth. If someone doubts those assumptions, there is no deeper proof to offer. Language has this. Problem 2, when you define a word, you use another words. Those words also have definitions, which rely on more words. If you keep defining words in terms of other words, you never reach a final self-sufficient meaning at some point. People must agree on basic meanings without deeper proof. The same issue arises in logic. Logical rules help people reason correctly, but how do we justify logic itself if we use logic to prove logic? We assume what we are trying to justify. If we reject logic, we lose the ability to argue coherently. This creates a dilemma. Either logic is self-justified without proof, or it depends on something beyond logic, which is difficult to explain. This paradox matters in practical decisions. If you want to buy a car, you research different models. You compare prices, reliability, and reviews. But how do you trust the reviews? You might check multiple sources, But how do you decide which sources are credible? You might say a source has been accurate before, but how do you measure past accuracy? You might rely on expert opinions. But how do you know those experts are truly experts? This chain of reasoning continues without a clear endpoint. Education faces this problem as well. When a student learns history, they trust their textbooks. But how do they know the textbook is correct? They might say experts wrote it, but how do they know those experts were correct? They might say other scholars verify the information, but how do they know those? Scholars used a reliable method. Every step requires trust in something before. Legal systems also struggle with this. Paradox courts operate on laws, and laws rest on legal principles. But how do lawmakers justify those principles? Some might say the principles come from tradition, but why trust tradition? Others might say laws reflect the will of the people, but how do you define the people's will? If laws come from ethics, then ethics must be justified. First, this cycle makes legal foundations difficult to pin down. This paradox even affects artificial intelligence. AI models are trained on data, but how do we judge if the data is good? The usual answer is that experts curate it, but how do we judge those experts if AI systems check themselves? For accuracy, they assume their training data was correct. If humans check AI outputs, they assume human judgment is correct. In either way, something is taken for granted. Advertising also reveals this issue. A company claims its product is the best. How do consumers verify that? They might look at reviews, but how do they know the reviews are genuine? They might trust word of mouth, but how do they know their friends are unbiased? Every method of judgment requires assuming something is trustworthy. First, personal beliefs are shaped by this problem. If someone believes in free will, they might say people make choices independently, but how do they know? They might argue that personal experience confirms it, but how do they trust their own perception? If they say science supports free will, they must assume scientific methods are valid. If they reject free will, they must trust the reasoning that led them there. Every belief depends on some foundation that itself cannot be fully justified. The problem of the criterion shows why doubt is unavoidable. If you question how you know something, you eventually reach a point where no further justification is possible. Some people accept foundational beliefs without proof. Others search for deeper reasoning, only to find themselves caught in an endless loop. Every judgment relies on something before it, and that dependence makes certainty difficult to achieve. A lottery ticket has an extremely low chance of winning. The odds are so small. The lottery winner's paradox, that buying a ticket seems irrational. Mathematically, the expected return on investment is negative, meaning that over time, a person who buys tickets will almost certainly lose money. Yet millions of people still buy lottery tickets. This creates a paradox. If buying a ticket is irrational for one person, then it should be irrational for everyone. If everyone is acting irrationally, why does the lottery remain so popular? The paradox comes from the difference between logical decision making and human psychology. A purely rational person would not buy a ticket because the cost outweighs the expected benefit, but people do not always make decisions based on pure logic. They weigh emotional factors, the thrill of risk, and the dream of winning against the actual probabilities. Many people view the lottery as entertainment rather than an investment. If someone spends a few dollars on a ticket, they may feel that the excitement and anticipation are worth the cost even if they do not win. A simple example shows why the lottery is irrational from a mathematical standpoint. Imagine a game where you pay $2 door for a chance to win 1 million. The catch is that the odds of winning are 1 in 3 million. To calculate the expected value of a ticket, multiply the prize by the probability of winning is approximately 0.00033. This means that on average a ticket is worth less than 1 cent, yet it costs $2 over time. Players will lose money. Despite this, people still play them. Reason is that people do not think in terms of expected value when making decisions. Instead, they focus on the possibility of winning rather than the probability. Psychologists call this tendency the availability heuristic. People judge the likelihood of an event based on how easily they can recall similar events when a lottery winner is announced. Their story spreads quickly. News outlets report on their lives, their plans, and their reactions. The winner's story is memorable and easy to recall, but the millions of people who lost go unnoticed. Their stories are not told, so people do not think about them. This creates a distorted perception of the odds. Because people hear about winners more often than losers, they overestimate their chances of winning. Another reason people buy tickets is the effect of small probabilities on decision-making. People struggle to grasp extremely small odds. The difference between a 1 in 300 million chance and a 1 in 500 million chance feels insignificant, even though one is nearly twice as likely as the other. The human brain is not wired to process probabilities this small in a meaningful way. Instead of seeing the lottery as an impossibility, people see it as a small but real chance. The concept of loss aversion also plays a role. Loss aversion is the idea that people feel losses more strongly than equivalent gains. In the case of the lottery, a person may feel that missing a drawing means they have lost their chance at wealth. This feeling can be stronger than the logical understanding that playing makes almost no difference to their financial situation. If a person's co-workers or friends are buying tickets, they may feel pressure to participate. They do not want to be the one person who misses out if their group wins. This creates the illusion that buying a ticket is necessary even though the odds remain the same, whether they play or not. For some, the lottery represents hope. People in difficult financial situations may see it as their only chance to change their lives. They may feel stuck in low-paying jobs with no clear way to improve their situation. In this case, the lottery becomes more than a game. It becomes a symbol of possibility. The cost of a ticket is small compared to the potential reward. even though the rational choice is to save money rather than spend it on. Tickets. The emotional appeal of a better future overrides logic. There is also the factor of near misses. If someone picks a set of numbers and most of them match, they feel like they almost won studies. Show that near misses trigger the same brain response as actual wins. This encourages continued play. If a person believes they were close to winning, they may feel that success is just around the corner, even though each drawing is independent and past results have no effect on future outcomes. Lottery organizers use specific strategies to increase participation. They structure the game in a way that maximizes excitement while keeping the odds low. LAR-L jackpots attract more players even though the odds remain the same. When a jackpot reaches record levels, more people buy tickets, which increases the jackpot even further. This creates a cycle where excitement builds, leading to even more ticket sales, the possibility of winning. Life-changing money overshadows the mathematical reality that most people will lose. Some people justify playing the lottery by comparing it to other forms of entertainment. A person might spend $1 on a movie ticket, knowing that they will not get any financial return in the same way they might spend a few dollars on a lottery ticket for the fun of imagining what they would do if they won from this. Perspective. The lottery is not an investment, but a form of amusement. The problem is that many people play with the expectation of winning rather than for entertainment. This is why the lottery is often criticized as a tax on the poor people who can least afford to lose money. Money are the ones most likely to play. Even when people understand the odds, they still buy tickets. Part of the reason is that winning the lottery, however unlikely, is one of the few ways to become rich. Overnight, most paths to wealth require years of work, saving, and investing. The lottery offers a shortcut. The appeal of immediate wealth is strong even if the chance is nearly non-existent. The paradox remains: if buying a lottery ticket is irrational for one person, then it should be irrational for everyone. But because so many people buy tickets, jackpots grow to enormous amounts. This increased prize makes the game even more tempting, bringing in even more players. The cycle continues. Despite the fact that logic says no one should play, people justify buying tickets in different ways. Some see it as harmless fun. Others view it as a small price to pay for the dream of a better life. The problem is that over time, small purchases add up. A person who buys a $2 ticket every day will spend over $700 a year over a decade. That's more than $7,000 money that could have been saved or invested. Even with all these factors in mind, the fundamental paradox remains: no rational individuals should buy a ticket. Yet millions do. The answer lies in the gap between logical decision-making and human psychology. People do not always act based on expected value. They act based on emotion, perception, and the power of possibility. The lottery plays into these instincts, making it one of the most enduring forms of gambling, despite being one of the worst bets a person can make. A person sits in a barber's chair completely hairless. The barber picks up the razor, the Sorites razor paradox, and runs it across their scalp and face. The question arises, has the person been shaved if shaving means removing hair, and they had none to begin with? Can we say they were shaved? This question seems simple, but it reveals a deeper paradox about language categorization and the way we define actions. This paradox builds on the Siret paradox, which deals with vague terms like heap or balled in. The classic version, a single grain of sand is not a heap, and adding one grain at a time never seems to create a heap. But at some point, a heap clearly exists. The problem is deciding when the transition happens. The Sorites razor paradox follows the same logic. If someone is already bald, does the act of running a razor over their head count as shaving? If it does, then shaving does not necessarily require the removal of hair. If it does not, then someone could go through the full process of shaving and still not have been shaved. Imagine a man named John who has been bald since birth. Every morning, he follows a ritual. He wakes up, washes his face, and runs a razor over his scalp. He calls this shaving, just as someone with a full beard might call their routine shaving. But what exactly is John doing? If shaving means removing hair, then John is performing a meaningless action. If shaving means the act of passing a razor over the skin, then John is shaving even though no hair is involved. The problem is not in the action, but in how we define it. Consider a barber who offers free head shaves. A bald man walks in and asks for a shave. The barber could argue that there is nothing to shave and refuse service, but the bald man insists that a shave involves running a razor over the scalp regardless of hair. If the barber completes this action, can he say he has shaved the customer? If he has, then the definition of shaving expands beyond removing hair. If he has not, then the action of running a razor over skin without hair does not count as shaving, even if it looks identical to a regular shave. This paradox challenges how we define actions and whether their meaning depends on their effect. Most people assume that actions are defined by their outcomes. Cutting something means making it shorter, is a lifting something means moving it upward, and shaving means removing hair. But what happens when an action is performed without achieving its usual outcome? If someone goes through the full motion of cutting a rope, but the blade is dull and does not cut, did they attempt to cut, or did they fail to cut? The same question applies to shaving. If someone goes through the full process of shaving, but there is no hair to remove, have they shaved? A similar problem appears in cleaning. If someone wipes a spotless window with a cloth, have they cleaned it? If cleaning means removing dirt and there was no dirt, then they have not cleaned. If cleaning means performing the act of wiping a surface, then they have. The definition depends on whether the action is defined by the process or the result. Shaving faces the same issue. If it is defined by the process, then a bald man can be shaved. If it is defined by the result, then he cannot be. Another example appears in painting. Suppose a painter dips a brush in clear water and brushes it over a white canvas. Have they painted? If painting means applying a visible layer of pigment, then no. but if painting means applying a liquid with a brush, then yes. This highlights how everyday words often have two meanings, one tied to physical change and one tied to the process itself. This paradox also applies to exercise. If someone lifts an empty barbell, have they done weightlifting? If lifting weights means exerting effort to move a heavy object, then lifting an empty barbell may not count. But if weightlifting means performing the motion, then it does. The problem is whether the definition should focus on the difficulty of the action or simply the action itself. Shaving follows the same pattern. If it means removing hair, then a hairless person cannot be shaved. If it means using a razor on skin, then they can. This paradox also has legal and philosophical implications. If a law states that all prisoners must have their heads shaved, does that apply to bald prisoners? If the law assumes that shaving means removing hair, then the rule does not apply. But if shaving means running a razor over the head, then even a bald prisoner must go through the process. The meaning of the word determines whether the rule applies. The problem becomes clearer in automation. Suppose a robot is programmed to shave people. If it detects a human head, it automatically runs a razor over the skin. The robot does not check for hair, only for heads. If a bald person enters, the robot still completes the motion. Has the robot performed a shave? If we define shaving as an action rather than a result, then the robot has done its job. If we define shaving by its outcome, then it has done nothing. The paradox exposes how definitions shape our understanding of routine actions. The Sorites razor paradox ALS also highlights an issue in artificial intelligence. AI systems operate based on predefined categories. If an AI barber is programmed to detect shaving as the act of running a razor over skin, it will consider a bald man to be shaved if it is programmed to detect shaving as the removal of hair. Then it will never register a shave on a bald person. This demonstrates how machines and humans can interpret actions differently based on definitions. Philosophers use this paradox to explore how language shapes reality. If a bald person goes to a barber, sits in a chair, and has a razor moved across their scalp, they may say they have been shaved. Someone else may argue that shaving must involve hair removal. Both views make sense, yet they contradict each other. The paradox forces people to reconsider whether actions should be defined by their physical steps or their intended effects. Everyday life is full of similar contradictions. If a chef stirs an empty pot, are they cooking? If a musician moves their fingers over silent piano keys, are they playing music? If a person opens a book but does not read it, have they read? These questions show how much meaning depends on expectation rather than strict logic. The sore razor paradox does not just challenge the definition of shaving, it reveals a deeper issue in language. Logic and categorization. Words seem precise, but their meaning shifts based on context. A bald man who runs the razor over his head might say he has shaved. Another person might say he has. Not both statements are valid, yet They contradict each other. This paradox is not just about hair, it is about how people understand and define the world around them. Russell's no-class paradox. Russell's no-class paradox arises from a simple question. In set theory, some sets contain themselves as members, and some do not. The paradox appears when asking whether the set of all sets that do not contain themselves includes itself. If it does then, by definition, it should not. If it does not, then it must contain itself. This contradiction creates a logical issue that challenges the foundations of mathematics. To understand this paradox, imagine a library that keeps a list of all books that do not reference themselves. The librarian must decide whether to include the list itself in the list. If the list is included, then it references itself and should not be on the list. If the librarian leaves it out, then the list does not reference itself, so it should be included. No consistent answer resolves this contradiction. This paradox is similar to the barber paradox. Suppose a town has a barber who shaves all and only those men who do not shave themselves. The question becomes, does the barber shave himself? If he does, he should not, since he only shaves those who do not shave themselves. If he does not, then he must shave himself, as he shaves all men who do not shave themselves. The contradiction remains unresolved. Russell's paradox affects the foundation of set theory, which is the mathematical study of collections of objects. Early set theorists, including Gore Cantor, defined a set as any collection of objects with a shared property. Some sets, like the set of all even numbers, are clearly defined. Others, like the set of all things that exist, are more complex. Bertrand Russell discovered that this broad definition led to contradictions. He found that if unrestricted set theory allowed paradoxical sets like the one that does not contain itself, this issue called into question the logical basis of mathematics. To see how this paradox challenges logic, consider a simple case. Define a set A that includes all sets that do not contain themselves. If A is in itself, then it does not belong by definition. If A is not in itself, then it must belong because it contains all sets that do not include themselves. The contradiction makes it impossible to decide whether A is part of itself or not. One way to avoid this paradox is by restricting how sets are defined. Mathematicians introduced more precise rules to prevent self-referential loops. One solution, called zero Frankel set theory, limits the ways sets can be constructed. It ensures that no set can be defined in a way that leads to Russell's paradox. This prevents contradictions, but changes how set theory works. Another way to think about the paradox is through real-world analogies. Suppose a company keeps records of all employees who do not manage themselves. If a new manager supervises everyone except themselves, should they be added to the list? If they are, they manage themselves and should not be on the list. If they are not, then they qualify for the list and must be added. The contradiction remains. Philosophers have used this paradox to explore self-reference in language. Consider the statement, "This sentence is False. If the statement is true, then it must be false. If it is false, then it must be true. The paradox creates an endless loop without resolution. Russell's paradox works in a similar way, but within mathematics rather than language and computer science, self-referential problems appear in. Programming a function that calls itself can create infinite loops. Consider a program designed to check whether other programs halt or run forever. If the program checks itself, it enters an infinite loop leading to contradictions similar to those in Russell's paradox. This relates to Alan Turing's halting problem, which proves that no algorithm can determine whether all possible programs halt. Russell's paradox also connects to Gödel's incompleteness. Theorems. Kurt Gödel showed that any sufficiently complex mathematical system contains statements that are true but unprovable within that system, just as Russell's paradox reveals. Inconsistencies in set theory. Gödel's theorems show that mathematical systems cannot be both complete and consistent. In practical terms, avoiding self-reference prevents logical contradictions. Many mathematical systems impose hierarchy to prevent sets from including themselves. This prevents paradoxes, but limits the flexibility of set theory. Similar restrictions apply in databases programming and formal logic, where avoiding self-referential rules helps maintain consistency. Russell's paradox highlights the challenge of defining sets without contradiction. The idea of a set that contains all sets leads to problems when considering whether it includes itself. Solutions to this paradox shape modern mathematics, computer science, and logic, influencing how systems handle self-referential problems. Understanding this paradox reveals the complexity of defining collections, whether in abstract mathematics or real-world applications. Epimenides, a philosopher from CRE, is Epimenides' paradox, said to have made a simple but puzzling statement: all Cretans are liars at first glance. This seems straightforward, but when examined closely, it creates a logical problem. If what he says is true, then all Cretans, including himself, must be liars. But if he is a liar, then his statement cannot be true. If his statement is false, then it must be the case that not all Cretans are liars, meaning at least some Cretans tell the truth. If even one Cretan tells the truth, then Epin's statement cannot be accurate. This contradiction forms the core of the paradox. To understand why this statement is troubling, consider a simpler version. Suppose someone says, "I always lie." If that statement is true, then they must always lie. But if they always lie, then their statement itself must be a lie, meaning they do not always lie. If their statement is false, then it must be the case that they sometimes tell the truth, which contradicts the idea that they always lie. The sentence is impossible to evaluate because it negates itself. Now apply this reasoning back to Epimenides. If all Cretans are liars, then Epimenides, being a Cretan, must also be lying. But if he is lying, then his statement is not true, meaning not all Cretans are liars. If not all Creatans are liars, then there must be at least one Create who tells the truth if such a person exists, then Epen's statement is false. But if his statement is false, then he himself must be telling a lie, which suggests that not all lie. This circular reasoning prevents a clear resolution. This paradox belongs to a class of logical problems known as self-referential paradoxes. A self-referential statement is one that applies to itself. This sentence is false is a classic example. If it is true, then it must be false. If it is false, then it must be true. These types of paradoxes challenge how language and logic function. They expose how contradictions arise when a statement talks about itself in a way that loops endlessly a way to see this paradox in real life is. Through trust and deception, imagine a town where everyone is known to be dishonest. You visit and ask someone is everyone here a liar? If they answer yes, then they must be lying, which means at least some people tell the truth. If they answer no, then it means at least some people tell the truth, which also contradicts the idea that everyone lies. There is no logical way to determine who is honest or dishonest, because any claim about the group's dishonesty negates itself. In practical terms, the paradox also highlights a problem in language. When someone makes an absolute statement, like all politicians are corrupt, it can often be challenged by finding even one counterexample. If there is even one politician who is not corrupt, then the statement is false. This is why broad sweeping statements often create logical issues. They leave no room for exceptions, making them vulnerable to contradiction. Another way to explore the paradox is through lying itself a lie, is a statement that contradicts reality. If a person always lies, then their statements should consistently be false. But if a person declares that they always lie, then that statement, if true, must also be false. In the case of Epimenides, he describes an entire group of people, including himself, as liars. The statement by its own structure collapses under its own logic. Historically, the Epimenides paradox has influenced logic and philosophy, particularly in discussions of truth and self-reference. Philosophers have explored ways to resolve it. One approach is to argue that statements about lying must be framed more carefully. Instead of saying all creatins are liars, someone could say some creatins lie frequently. This avoids the self-referential trap because it does not create a contradiction if some cretins do tell the truth. Another approach is to separate different levels of language. If someone says, "I always lie," they may be speaking in a way that requires an external truth evaluation rather than an internal contradiction in logic. This paradox has implications for systems that attempt to define truth within a closed structure. The 20th century mathematician Kurt Gödel explored a similar problem in his incompleteness theorems. He showed that in any system of mathematics, there will always be statements that cannot be proven true or false within that system. His proof relied on self-referential statements similar to the liar paradox. If a logical system can describe itself, then contradictions can emerge that make it impossible to determine whether certain. Statements are true or false. This discovery had profound effects on mathematics, computer science, and philosophy. The paradox also has practical consequences in artificial intelligence and programming. If a computer is programmed to evaluate whether a statement is true or false, encountering a self-referential paradox could cause an infinite loop if a system is designed to detect lies and is presented with the statement, "Everything I say is false," it may be unable to resolve whether the statement is a lie. This problem appears in computer science when dealing with undecidable problems where no clear algorithm can determine an answer. A variation of this paradox occurs in EIICs. If someone says you should never trust a liar, but they are a liar themselves, should they be trusted if they are lying, then their statement must be false, which means that sometimes liars can be trusted. If their statement is true, then liars should never be trusted, including the speaker. This contradiction makes it difficult to establish absolute moral rules about honesty. The paradox is also seen in social interactions. If a person is known for deception, people may not believe anything they say, but if that person occasionally tells the truth, how can others distinguish between truth and lies? If a habitual liar suddenly makes a truthful statement, people may assume it is false. This leads to a breakdown in communication where truth and lies become indistinguishable. A similar issue appears in politics and media. If a news source is accused of always spreading false information, then any true information they report might be dismissed. If a person says everything this news channel reports is false, they create a paradox. If the channel reports a fact, such as water is wet, then that fact should be false, according to the claim, which is impossible. This illustrates how extreme skepticism toward any source can lead to contradictions. One way people try to resolve the paradox is by distinguishing between partial and complete falsehoods. If Epimenides had said many Cretans are liars, the contradiction would disappear because it allows for exceptions. However, his statement is absolute, leaving no room for any truth among Cretans. This absolute framing is what leads to the logical collapse the paradox also raises. The question of whether truth must always be absolute. Some philosophical perspectives suggest that truth exists in degrees. If someone is mostly honest but occasionally lies, then describing them as a liar might be misleading. Similarly, if someone generally lies but occasionally tells the truth, calling them a complete liar might also be inaccurate. This complicates how we think about truth and deception. The Epimenides paradox remains one of the simplest yet most effective demonstrations of how language, truth, and logic interact. It forces people to think carefully about how statements relate to themselves and how absolute claims can lead to contradictions. It appears in discussions of philosophy, mathematics, politics, and everyday life. It continues to challenge how people understand self-referential statements and the nature of truth doubt. The circle of doubt paradox is often seen as a tool for finding truth. People question what they hear, what they see, and what they believe. Doubt is useful when it leads to better understanding, but it also presents a problem if someone doubts everything. They must also doubt their own doubt. This creates a loop where certainty becomes impossible the more someone questions, the less stable their thinking becomes. This is the circle of doubt paradox. A person who doubts everything cannot escape their own skepticism. Imagine someone who believes that all knowledge is unreliable. If they hold this belief, they must also doubt whether their own judgment about knowledge is reliable. If their judgment is unreliable, then their belief that all knowledge is unreliable may itself be incorrect. This puts them in a paradoxical state where they cannot trust even their own reasoning. Philosophy has long struggled with this problem. Ancient skeptics argued that nothing could be known for certain. This position is self-defeating because it requires assuming that the claim nothing can be known is true. If the claim is true, then at least one thing is certain: the fact that nothing is certain. This contradicts itself. A person who truly believes in radical skepticism must also believe that their own skepticism is questionable. If they accept that their skepticism is questionable, they admit the possibility of certainty. If they reject this possibility, they must doubt the reliability of their own doubt, leading them back to uncertainty. Consider a person who constantly questions whether their memories are accurate. If they distrust all their past experiences, they have no foundation for understanding their own life. If they start doubting their doubts, they reach a state where no thought can be trusted. They may try to use logic to navigate this uncertainty, but logic itself relies on rules that they might also question. This can create a mental loop where every thought cancels itself out. This paradox is similar to the classic problem of self-referential statements. This statement is false, cannot be true or false without contradicting itself. The same issue appears with self-doubt. If a person believes their own reasoning is flawed, they must question whether that very belief is also flawed. If it is, then their reasoning might be correct. After all, this constant reversal makes stable thinking impossible. Some philosophers have tried to resolve this paradox by drawing a distinction between the different levels of doubt. They argue that doubting external facts is different from doubting the ability to doubt itself. A scientist might question the results of an experiment, but still trust the scientific method. A historian might challenge the accuracy of a document, but still believe that history can be studied objectively. These forms of doubt are constructive. They allow people to refine their understanding without falling into an endless loop of uncertainty. However, radical doubt does not allow for this separation. If someone believes that even their tools for understanding the world are unreliable, they have no way to escape skepticism. This is why extreme philosophical skepticism often leads to an action. If nothing can be trusted, then no belief or action can be justified. A person caught in this mindset may feel trapped, unable to move forward with any decision. A real-world example of this paradox can be seen in conspiracy theories. Some people doubt everything they hear from official sources. If they believe all media is manipulated, they must also question the sources they use to support their own beliefs if they accept some sources as reliable. They contradict their claim that everything is controlled. If they reject all sources, they have no basis. For any belief, this leads to a state where no argument can ever be settled because every claim is met with more. Skepticism in psychological terms. Excessive doubt can lead to anxiety and indecision. People who constantly question their own choices may struggle to make even small decisions. If someone doubts their ability to choose wisely, they may hesitate indefinitely, fearing that any choice could be wrong. If they doubt their hesitation, they may second guess their second guessing, falling deeper into uncertainty, the circle of doubt. Paradox also appears in discussions about artificial intelligence and machine learning. If an AI is programmed to doubt its own conclusions, it may enter an endless feedback loop. Every output it generates would be subject to more analysis, leading to infinite processing without resolution. This is one reason why AI systems are designed with limits on self-correction. Without these limits, the system could become locked in a cycle of self-questioning. Another example comes from religious and philosophical debates about faith and skepticism. Some argue that questioning religious beliefs is necessary for personal growth. Others warn that questioning too much can lead to a loss of meaning. If someone doubts the existence of a higher power, they may also doubt their reasons for doubting. If their doubt weakens, they may return to belief only to question it again later. This cycle can repeat indefinitely, making it difficult to settle on a final position. Doubt is essential for progress, but it becomes dangerous when it turns inward. If every assumption is questioned without limit, certainty becomes impossible. The circle of doubt paradox forces people to confront the limits of skepticism without some foundation for belief. Even the act of thinking becomes unstable. This paradox reveals the fine line between healthy questioning and self-destructive uncertainty. If someone says that nothing is true, the nihilist's paradox, they create an immediate contradiction. The statement itself must either be true or false. If it is true, then at least one thing is true. The statement itself that contradicts the idea that nothing is true. If the statement is false, then something must be true, which again disproves the original claim. This paradox forces a person into a logical loop that they cannot escape. A person who claims that nothing is true takes a radical POS position on knowledge and reality. They deny all facts, beliefs, and truths, but this stance collapses under its own weight. To deny all truths, they must accept at least one truth, the truth of their denial. If they argue that even their own statement is not true, then it holds no meaning. It becomes self-defeating. Imagine a conversation between two people. One believes that some things are true, while the other insists that nothing is true. The first person asks, "Is that statement true?" The second person hesitates. If they answer yes, then they admit that at least one thing is true. If they answer no, then their own belief falls apart. They cannot defend their position without contradicting themselves. This paradox applies to more than just abstract philosophy. Consider a courtroom where a witness claims that all testimony is unreliable. If that were true, then their own testimony would also be unreliable. A judge or jury would have no reason to believe them. The same problem arises in history. If a historian argues that no historical accounts are accurate than their own, analysis must also be inaccurate. If everything is false, then there is no reason to trust any argument at all. Skepticism plays a major role in philosophy, but extreme skepticism creates problems. A person might argue that we cannot know anything with absolute certainty. This is a reasonable position, but if they push further and say that absolutely nothing is true, they contradict themselves. They must accept at least one truth, the truth of their own claim. Philosophers throughout history have debated the limits of skepticism. Some, like Descartes, tried to find a foundation that was impossible to doubt. Others, like M, explored the consequences of rejecting absolute truth. The paradox also appears in everyday situations. Imagine a news report that claims all media is untrustworthy. If that is true, then the report itself must be untrustworthy. If it is false, then some media must be trustworthy. Either way, the original claim collapses. This happens in political debates as well. Politicians might say that all government officials are corrupt, but if they are a government official themselves, then they must also be corrupt if they are telling the truth. Then at least one official is honest, which contradicts their statement. Language itself plays a role in this paradox. When a person says nothing is true, they use language to communicate meaning, but meaning depends on some level of truth. Words refer to concepts, and concepts exist within a shared understanding of reality. If nothing were true, then communication would break down. People could say anything, and none of it would have meaning. Even a simple sentence like "the sky is blue" would be meaningless if no truths existed. The paradox also appears in mathematics. If someone claims that no mathematical statement are true, then they must apply that to their own claim. But mathematics relies on logical consistency. If nothing in mathematics were true, then numbers, equations, and calculations would all collapse. Yet people rely on math every day. They trust their bank accounts, follow measurements, and expect technology to function correctly. These all depend on mathematical truths. Science faces a similar issue. A person might argue that no scientific facts are true, but science builds knowledge through observation and testing. If every scientific claim were false, then the world would not function the way it does. Planes would not fly, medicine would not work, and basic technology would fail. The idea that nothing is true contradicts the reality of daily life. People might distrust specific scientific theories, but they still rely on scientific truths in practice. Morality also struggles with this paradox. If someone claims that no moral principles are true, then they must apply that to their own belief. If no morality is true, then the idea that no morality is true has no moral weight. It cannot be better or worse than any other claim. Yet people who reject moral truth often still hold strong opinions about right and wrong. They might say that justice, fairness, or freedom matter, but if nothing is true, then those values have no foundation. The paradox extends into personal identity. If a person claims that no identities are real, then their own identity must also be unreal. But people live as individuals with thoughts, feelings, and experiences. If identity were entirely false, then no one could make meaningful choices. A person who claims that nothing is true still eats, sleeps, and interacts with the world. Their actions suggest that they believe in some basic truths, even if they deny them in words, even in logic. Itself, this paradox causes problems. Logical systems rely on basic principles, such as the law of non-contradiction. This law states that something cannot be both true and false at the same time if nothing is true, then this law must also be false. But if it is false, then contradictions become possible. A world where contradictions exist freely would not function. It would mean that something could exist and not exist at the same time. Reality does not work that way. The paradox of nihilism highlights a fundamental issue in thinking. If a belief destroys itself upon examination, it cannot be a stable belief. The claim that nothing is true forces a person into an impossible position. They must either admit that at least one thing is true or accept that their own statement is meaningless. This makes it impossible to fully embrace the idea without contradiction. Some thinkers try to escape this paradox by redefining truth. Instead of absolute truth, they talk about relative truth. They argue that what is true depends on perspective or context. This approach avoids the paradox but introduces new problems. If truth is entirely relative, then one person's truth could contradict another's. But if both truths are valid, then contradiction itself must be acceptable. This creates another logical conflict. Other thinkers argue that truth depends on function. They suggest that statements are true if they work in practice. This is similar to pragmatism, a philosophical approach that values usefulness over abstract truth. In this view, saying nothing is true is pointless because it does not help people navigate the world. Truth is what allows people to predict and interact with reality. The paradox of nihilism also raises questions about belief. If a person believes that nothing is true, why do they hold that belief? If beliefs have no truth, then their own belief is as meaningless as any other. Yet people who claim that nothing is true often argue passionately about their perspective. This suggests that at some level, they still rely on the idea of truth in debates. This paradox serves as a test for logical consistency. If someone denies all truth, they must explain how their own denial escapes the paradox. Most attempts to avoid the contradiction either redefine truth or shift the argument to another level, but no escape fully resolves the problem. Any position that denies all truth still depends on at least one truth to make sense. The paradox also appears in artificial intelligence in computing. computers operate on logical rules. If no truths exist, then no logical system can. Function programs would not execute, algorithms would fail, and data would lose meaning. The very structure of computing relies on the assumption that certain statements are true. Without that foundation, modern technology would not work. In the end, the paradox of nihilism reveals a deep contradiction in extreme skepticism. To say that nothing is true, a person must assume at least one truth. But if even one truth exists, then the idea that nothing is true falls apart. This paradox forces people to recognize that truth in some form must exist. The paradox of the stone challenges the idea. The paradox of the stone, of an all-powerful being, by presenting a problem that seems impossible to resolve. If God is all-powerful, he should be able to create a stone of any size or weight. But if he can create a stone so heavy that even he cannot lift it, then there is something he cannot do. He cannot lift. The stone, on the other hand, if he cannot create such a stone, then there is something else he cannot do. He cannot create the unliftable stone. Either way, there appears to be a limit to his power, which contradicts the idea of being all-powerful. This paradox is often used in discussions about omnipotence, a term that describes unlimited power. If a being is truly omnipotent, then nothing should be impossible. However, this scenario suggests a contradiction, which means that either omnipotence is impossible or the definition of omnipotence needs to be reconsidered. Some argue that the paradox is based on a misunderstanding of what it means to be all-powerful. Others believe it exposes a fundamental flaw in the concept itself. One way to think about the paradox is by breaking it into two options. If God can create the stone, but cannot lift it, then he is not all-powerful. If he cannot create the stone at all, then he is also not all-powerful. This creates a logical trap to escape the trap. Some have argued that omnipotence does not mean the ability to do the logically impossible. A logical contradiction, like a square circle or a married bachelor, is not something that even an all-powerful being should be expected to create. In this view, the question itself is flawed because it asks whether an all-powerful being can do something that is self-contradictory. Another response is that omnipotence should be defined differently. Some philosophers have argued that omnipotence means having the ability to do anything that is possible rather than everything imaginable under this definition. Creating an unliftable stone would not be a real task because it contradicts itself. An all-powerful being can lift anything, so asking for something that an all-powerful being cannot lift is the same as asking for something that cannot exist. It is similar to asking if an all-powerful being can create a triangle with 4 sides. The task itself does not make sense. So it is not a limitation of power to say that it cannot be done. Others have tried to resolve the paradox by arguing that omnipotence should include the ability to limit oneself. Under this view, an all-powerful being could create a stone so heavy that he cannot lift it, but only if he chooses to limit his own power. This approach suggests that omnipotence includes the power to impose restrictions on oneself rather than just raw strength sum. Theologians believe this idea is supported by religious teachings. In some traditions, God has chosen to limit his own power in order to give humans free will. If an all-powerful being can choose to limit himself in that way, then it is possible that he could also choose to create a stone too heavy for him to lift. Even though he could later choose to remove that limitation, there is also the argument that the paradox understands the relationship between creation and power, the ability to create. Something does not always mean losing control over it. A human example can help explain this idea. A programmer might design an artificial intelligence that follows specific rules, but that does not mean the programmer is powerless over it. Similarly, creating a heavy stone does not necessarily mean losing the ability to lift it. The paradox assumes that creation and lifting are separate but an all-powerful being might not be bound by those distinctions. Another interesting approach is to think about the paradox in terms of infinite power. If an all-powerful being has infinite strength, then any stone he creates would also exist within the realm of infinite possibilities. A stone so heavy that even an infinite being could not lift it would also have to be infinite. But in the case of infinite quantities, adding more weight does not create a meaningful difference, because infinity does not function like normal numbers. If a being has infinite power, then there is no such thing as too heavy in an absolute sense. This means that the paradox might not apply to a being whose power is human understanding of strength and weight. Some philosophers argue that the paradox highlights the problem of language. When discussing divine attributes, human language is built around finite concepts. Strength, weight, and lifting are all ideas that come from human experience. When these ideas are applied to an infinite being, they may not make sense in the same way. The paradox assumes that God's power operates like human strength. But if God's power is fundamentally different, then the paradox does not work. Another way to approach the problem is through logic itself. The paradox assumes that being all-powerful means being able to do absolutely anything, including contradictory things. But logic itself places restrictions on what is meaningful. If an omnipotent being is bound by logic, then the paradox does not create a real problem. It is simply asking whether a being can do something that cannot logically be done. Some argue that this is no different from asking if an omnipotent being can create a reality where 1 + 1 = 3. The laws of logic do not change even for an all-powerful being. The paradox has also been used in arguments about the nature of divine power in different religious traditions. Some religious thinkers have accepted the idea that God's power has limits, not because he is weak, but because some things are meaningless. They argue that true omnipotence does not require the ability to perform absurdities. Others believe that divine power includes the ability to act beyond human logic, meaning that the paradox does not apply. There are also those who argue that the paradox is useful in challenging assumptions about power in general. If unlimited power leads to contradictions, then the very idea of unlimited power may need to be re-examined. Some take this as a reason to doubt the existence of an all-powerful being, while others see it as a reason to refine what omnipotence means. The paradox forces people to think carefully about how they define power and whether human logic is enough to capture the nature of an all-powerful being. The paradox has been discussed for centuries and continues to be a popular topic in philosophy, theology, and logic, some see. It is a reason to reject the idea of omnipotence, while others believe it only highlights misunderstandings about power. Regardless of the perspective, the paradox remains a thought-provoking challenge that encourages deeper thinking about the nature of power and what it means to be truly all-powerful. The drinker paradox is a statement in the drinker paradox, logic that seems absurd at first, but follows from simple reasoning. It claims that in any non-empty pub, there is at least one person such that if they are drinking, then everyone in the pub is. Drinking this seems impossible because it suggests that a single person's drinking behavior dictates the behavior of the entire pub. However, when broken down logically, the statement is always true regardless of how many people are in the pub or who is drinking. Imagine walking into a pub with 10 people. Some might have drinks while others might not. The paradox does not claim that everyone is drinking, only that there exists at least one person with this peculiar property. The logical trick comes from the way the statement is structured. The key phrase is, if they are drinking, then everyone is drinking. This is a conditional statement. In logic, a conditional statement is true unless the first part is true and the second part is false. That means the only way this statement could be false is if someone is drinking while someone else is not. Now consider the simplest case. Suppose only one person is in the pub. If they are drinking, then everyone in the pub, which is just them, is drinking. If they are not drinking, the statement is still true because the condition never occurs. The paradox does not require the person to be drinking. It only states that if they were, then everyone would be with two people. The reasoning remains the same. Suppose one of them is drinking. If that person is the special one from the paradox, then the statement holds. If they are not the special one, then the other person is. If the other person is not drinking, the statement still holds because the condition is never triggered. If the second person is drinking, then both are drinking. So the statement remains true no matter how many people are in the pub. This reasoning scales up to see why this paradox works. Consider a mathematical approach in formal logic. This follows from the principle that any non-set has at least one element that satisfies a universal property. The logic does not depend on actual behavior only, on the structure of the statement itself. The paradox plays on the fact that a conditional statement is automatically true when the first part of the condition is false. If someone in the pub is not drinking, the statement does not require anything to happen. Think of a different example with the same logical form. Consider a classroom where at least one student exists. The statement might say there is a student such that if they fail the test, then everyone in the class fails the test. If no one fails, the condition is never met. So the statement holds. If someone does fail, the special person. Fulfilling the paradox could be them. The paradox does not require failure, it just states that if failure happens for that one person, then it happens for everyone. This structure is similar to how logical proofs work. The paradox is a result of mathematical logic rather than actual drinking behavior. It does not say everyone must drink, only that some person has the property, that if they were drinking, then all would be. It is an example of how formal logic can lead to statements that sound absurd, but are still technically correct. The same reasoning appears in other areas of logic in set theory A. Similar argument shows that every non-empty set has a least element under certain conditions and probability. This logic can help with statements about expected values and outcomes. Even in everyday reasoning, people use similar logic without realizing it to make sense of this paradox. It helps to consider how conditional statements work. A simple example is the sentence, "If it rains tomorrow, then I will bring an umbrella." If it does not rain, the statement is still true because the condition never happened. This is the same logic that makes the drinker paradox work. The key is that a conditional statement is only false when the first part is true and the second part is false. Otherwise, it is always considered true. People often struggle with this because everyday language does not follow strict logic in normal speech. If someone said, "There is a person in the room such that if they leave, then everyone leaves," it would seem strange, but in logic, this is a completely valid structure. The difficulty comes from how people interpret if-then statements in conversation versus how they work in formal reasoning. Another way to break this down is to think about how statements apply to groups. Suppose you are in a team where the rule is if one person works overtime, then everyone must work overtime. If no one works overtime, the rule is still technically true because the condition was never met. If one person does work overtime, then everyone must fulfilling the statement. The same principle applies in the pub example. The par paradox also challenges intuition about causality. When people hear it, they assume it suggests that one person's drinking somehow forces everyone else to drink. This is not the case. The paradox does not describe cause and effect, only logical truth. It does not say drinking spreads through the pub. It only identifies that at least one person in the pub satisfies a particular statement structure. This is similar to the way mathematical truths can seem counterintuitive. Consider the statement, "There exists a number such that if it is greater than 5, then all numbers are greater than 5. This is true because if the number is never greater than 5, the condition never activates. If the number is greater than 5, then the statement is still correct within that specific situation. The paradox also reveals a common mistake in reasoning. People assume that a statement must have a direct observable consequence to be meaningful, but logical truths do not require real-world effects. Many paradoxes rely on this misunderstanding. The statement is logically valid, even though it seems strange when applied to a real pub. A similar example can be found in game theory. Imagine a situation where a company states if one person in this meeting agrees to the proposal, then everyone agrees. If no one agrees, the condition never happens, so the statement holds. If someone does agree, then the agreement spreads, fulfilling the condition. This structure repeats in many logical paradoxes. The drinker paradox forces a reevaluation of how conditional statements work. It highlights how formal logic often leads to conclusions that contradict intuition. The paradox does not require an actual mechanism for spreading drinking behavior, it only relies on the structure of the statement, whether applied to a pub, a classroom, or a business setting. The logical foundation remains unchanged. A tolerant society allows people to express different views, beliefs, and lifestyles. The paradox of tolerance. Without fear of persecution, it values freedom of speech and open discussion. But if a society is completely tolerant, it must also tolerate intolerance. This creates a problem. If intolerance grows unchecked, it can destroy the very tolerance that allowed it to exist. This is the paradox of tolerance. A society that wants to remain tolerant may need to reject intolerance, but rejecting intolerance seems like an intolerant itself. This raises a difficult question. How can a society protect its values without becoming what it opposes? Imagine a town where everyone respects different opinions and ways of life. People have disagreements, but they accept each other's right to live as they choose now. Suppose a new group arrives in the town. They believe that only their way of life is acceptable, and that anyone who disagrees should be silenced or punished. At first, the tolerant people welcome them. They believe in free speech, so they allow the group to express their views. But as time passes, the intolerant group grows in number and influence. They begin demanding that certain books be banned, that specific people be excluded from public life, and that anyone who speaks against them be punished. The town now faces a choice. If it continues to tolerate the intolerant group, the group may gain enough power to change the rules. They could use the freedoms given to them to take those same freedoms away from others. But if the town decides to ban or restrict the group, it goes against its own principle of tolerance. The town would be limiting free speech and suppressing a viewpoint, even if that viewpoint is itself harmful. This is not just a thought experiment history offers many examples where tolerant societies allowed intolerance to spread, only to be consumed by it. In the early 20th century, democratic countries allowed openly anti-democratic movements to participate in politics. Some of these movements gained enough influence to dismantle democracy from within. This happened because people believed that allowing all views, even those that oppose democracy, was the fairest approach. But once intolerant groups gained power, it eliminated the freedoms that had allowed them to grow. Consider another example. School encourages open debate. Students can share their opinions freely, but one student starts bullying others, telling them they don't deserve to speak. The school now faces a dilemma. If it allows the student to continue, the other students will stop speaking out of fear. The atmosphere of open discussion will disappear. But if the school punishes the bully, some may argue that it is being intolerant of his views. The same principle applies on a larger scale. If a society allows harmful ideologies to spread unchecked, they can eventually overpower the very system that protected them. The paradox does not mean that every unpopular opinion should be silenced. Disagreements are normal, and societies benefit from debate, but there is a difference between differing opinions and ideologies that seek to destroy the rights of others. A society must decide where to draw the line. It must determine when an idea is simply controversial and when it poses a real threat to tolerance. Itself, one response to this paradox is that tolerance has limits. A society can be open to different views while refusing to accept those that threaten its core principles. This does not mean silencing every harsh or offensive opinion. It means recognizing when an ideology actively seeks to undermine the freedoms that allow people to coexist peacefully. If a group's goal is to eliminate tolerance, then refusing to tolerate that group is not a contradiction. It is a necessary defense. Some argue that the best way to deal with intolerant ideas is not through suppression, but through debate. They believe that bad ideas should be exposed and challenged rather than banned. In an open society, they argue truth will defeat falsehood and justice will overcome hatred. This approach assumes that people will always choose reason over fear and fairness over prejudice, but history shows that this is not always the case. Intolerant movements do not always rely on rational arguments. They often use fear, misinformation, and force to silence opposition. When this happens, simply debating them may not be enough. The paradox of tolerance forces societies to make difficult choices. Ignoring intolerance can allow it to grow strong enough to destroy tolerance itself, but acting against intolerance can seem like a violation of the very freedoms a society wants to protect. The challenge is finding a balance, allowing freedom of thought and speech while preventing movements that would use those freedoms to end freedom, free for everyone else. This is why laws exist in many countries to prevent speech or actions that incite violence, discrimination, or harm to others. These laws do not exist to suppress unpopular opinions, but to protect the fundamental principles of an open society. The goal is not to eliminate dissent, but to ensure that debate and disagreement remain possible for everyone. Without such protections, a society risks being tolerant only until it is too weak to defend itself. The paradox remains unresolved in a strict logical sense, but in practice, societies make choices about how much intolerance they will allow. These choices shape whether tolerance survives or whether it becomes a tool that enables its own destruction. A person pulls a sock from their drawer and notices a small hole. The hole in the sock paradox. Near the toe, they hesitate for a moment. Is it still a sock, or has it become something else? The fabric is mostly intact and the shape remains the same, but the hole changes its function. The sock no longer fully covers the foot. It lets air through where it shouldn't. It might still work for a while, but the wearer will feel the difference. If the hole grows, the sock will stop serving its purpose, At what point does it stop being a sock and become just a piece of fabric? This question might seem trivial, but it raises deeper issues about how people define objects a sock is meant to. Cover a foot when it fails at that task. Does it stop being a sock a hole? Doesn't. Instantly erase its identity, but as the hole expands, the sock's function weakens. If the fabric tears apart completely, no one would call it a sock anymore. But what about before that? A small hole is. Often ignored, a medium hole might make someone hesitate but still wear it. A large hole forces a choice. The object remains the same in material, yet people no longer treat it the same way. The paradox arises because no single moment marks the transition. If a sock with a hole is still a sock, then a sock with a slightly bigger hole should also be a sock. But by following this reasoning, someone could keep increasing the hole size while still calling it a sock. Eventually, this leads to something unrecognizable as a sock. At some point, the label must stop applying, but pinpointing that moment is nearly impossible. This problem mirrors the Socrates paradox, also called the paradox of the heap. If a single grain of sand isn't a heap, and adding one grain doesn't create a heap, when does a collection of grains become a heap? A person who repairs clothes might see things differently if they stitch the hole. The sock regains its function. But what if they cut the sock using the fabric for another purpose? It might become a cleaning rag. At what moment does the identity shift? A sock can be repurposed, yet in the process, it ceases to be a sock. This transformation highlights how function and form define objects. If the fabric still covers a foot, but has an opening, is it closer to a sock or a leg? Warmer if it has multiple holes? Does it resemble netting? Identity depends not just on material, but on use. Consider a different example. A sweater with a hole in the sleeve is still a sweater, but what if it's missing an entire sleeve? Many would still call it a sweater, though a damaged one. If it lost both sleeves, it might be called a vest instead. This shift happens without any fundamental change to the fabric. Words categorize objects based on their most recognizable features. A sock with a hole is treated as a sock with damage, not a different object, but once damage crosses a certain line, people instinctively switch how they describe it. This paradox extends beyond clothing. A bridge with a missing plank is still a bridge. If more planks disappear, people will still call it a bridge until it becomes too unstable. At some point, they will call it a roof ruin. That shift doesn't occur because of a single missing plank, but because of a gradual loss of function. A car with a flat tire is still a car, but if it loses all four wheels and engine and its seats, it becomes a scrap heap. The transition happens gradually, but the name change happens suddenly. People apply the same logic to everyday objects without realizing it. A chair with a missing leg is still a chair even if unusable. A phone with a cracked screen remains a phone, though less functional. A book with torn pages is still a book, but when damage crosses a line, the label changes. A pile of torn pages is no longer a book. A shattered phone is electronic waste. The shift in language happens not through strict rules, but through shared perception, people judge objects based on what they expect them to do. Imagine someone buying a sock with a hole in it. If it was advertised as a sock, they would feel misled, but if it was sold as a crafting material, they wouldn't think twice. Context changes how people define things. A sock with a hole at home is still a sock. The same sock in a store might not qualify people subconsciously. Consider intention. A sock is meant to be worn, so its definition depends on whether it can still serve that purpose. This reasoning applies to food as well. A loaf of bread missing a slice is still a loaf. A loaf missing half, its body might just be a piece of bread. The distinction isn't scientific but practical, the same. Paradox can be applied to identity. If a person loses a strand of hair, they are the same person. If they lose more hair, nothing changes, but at some point, they might be considered bald. No single moment defines baldness yet. Everyone understands when it applies. Age follows the same pattern. There's no exact second. When someone transitions from young to old, the change happens slowly, but people categorize based on perception. The same logic applies to names and labels in all aspects of life. This paradox also highlights how objects can remain the same, while changing. A sock with a hole remains a sock in some contexts and ceases to be one. In others, a repaired sock might be the same sock with a patch, or a new sock made from old fabric. These questions force people to consider how language defines objects. If something functions the same way, it often keeps the same label. If its function changes too much, its name follows this. Makes definitions fluid rather than rigid. The paradox of the hole in the sock reveals an everyday problem in how people think about objects. Labels seem clear at first, but break down under closer scrutiny. A sock remains a sock until it doesn't. That moment is difficult to define, but easy to recognize when it happens, whether it's a sock, a car, or a person's own identity. Gradual change raises questions about when something stops being what it once was. A single vote rarely changes the outcome of an election. If a person chooses not to vote, the election still. The Socrates voting paradox happens, and the result remains nearly the same. This reasoning applies to every voter. If one vote doesn't make a difference, then it seems logical that 10 votes don't either. If 10 votes don't, then 100 don't. If 100 don't, then 1,000,000 don't. By this logic, voting itself appears useless. Imagine a national election where 100 million people vote. A single voter looks at the numbers and realizes that even if they show up or stay home, the result will almost certainly be the same. This thought process repeats for thousands of people who, believing their vote doesn't matter, decide not to vote. If enough people follow this reasoning, voter turnout drops significantly. An election that should have represented the majority instead reflects the will of a much smaller group. This problem resembles the Sirit paradox, also known as the paradox of the heap. If a single grain of sand is not a heap, and adding one grain doesn't create a heap, then at what point does a heap exist? The same applies to voting if one vote doesn't decide an election, and adding one vote at a time never seems to make a difference. Then when does voting start? To matter, this paradox challenges the logic behind individual participation in collective decision-making. A voter may look at historical data and see that elections are rarely decided by one vote. They might conclude that their participation is statistically meaningless in a large democracy. Elections usually have thousands or millions of votes between the winner and the loser, even in close elections. A single ballot has never been the sole deciding factor. If a voter adopts this mindset, they may see voting as an irrational act. They may choose to stay home, believing their absence has no impact. But when many people think this way, it creates the conditions for the very outcome they dismissed as unlikely. Consider a local election with 10,000 voters. A candidate is ahead by 5 votes. If one person had voted differently, the result would not have changed. But what if 6 people thought their votes didn't matter and stayed home? Suddenly, the election swings in the other direction. Each individual still rationalized that their vote was insignificant, yet the collective impact of their choices changed the result. This paradox exposes the flaw in assuming that an individual actions do not contribute to large-scale outcomes. The paradox also applies to collective action beyond elections. If one person recycles, it doesn't save the planet. If one person avoids driving to reduce carbon emissions, the climate remains unchanged. If one person refuses to pay taxes, the government still collects revenue. But if too many people follow this logic, systems break down in every case. The importance of an individual act depends on whether enough others do the same. Psychology plays a role in how people respond to this paradox. When elections feel inevitable, voter turnout drops. If the media portrays one candidate as certain to win, people assume their vote won't change the outcome. This assumption affects not just individual choices, but also entire demographics. If young voters believe their generation's turnout is low, they may feel even less motivated to participate. If a party supporters assume they will win comfortably, they may skip voting, which can create unexpected upsets. Strategists understand this paradox and use it to influence elections campaigns. Focus on voter mobilization because they know that perception affects behavior. A party leading in polls may downplay their advantage to prevent complacency among their voters. A party trailing may highlight the importance of every vote. To create urgency, the paradox makes elections unpredictable because large numbers of people base their decisions on what they believe others will do. History provides examples of elections decided by very few votes. The 2000 U.S. presidential election came down to 537 votes in Florida. If a small fraction of voters had made a different choice, the presidency would have changed hands. From an individual perspective, no single voter decided the election, but from a broader perspective, small shifts in participation had massive consequences. In state and local elections, margins can be even smaller. Some races have been decided by fewer than 10 votes making. Turnout critical, a rational voter might still argue that the odds of their ballot being the deciding factor are so low that it doesn't justify the effort voting takes. Time. People must register, find polling places, and wait in line. The probability of a single vote changing a national election is close to zero, but elections are not just about mathematical probability. They are about participation in a system that depends on widespread engagement. The act of voting sends a signal even if an individual vote doesn't determine the outcome. The paradox also intersects with issues of fairness if everyone followed the logic that their vote doesn't matter. Democracy would fail. The institutions designed to reflect public will would instead reflect only the choices of a small percentage of the population. This creates an imbalance where the most engaged voters, often those with the most extreme views, determine outcomes. Moderate or disengaged voters, believing their participation is meaningless, allow others to shape policies that affect everyone. Some argue that this paradox is less of a logical flaw and more of a misunderstanding of probability and collective action. A single vote matters in the way that a single drop of water matters in a flood. One drop does not cause the flood, but without many drops, there is no flood at all. The paradox challenges people to think about cause and effect on a larger scale. While a single vote may not be decisive, the cumulative effect of many similar decisions creates real impact. Attempts to address this paradox include compulsory voting laws, public campaigns to encourage participation, and efforts to make voting easier. Some countries require citizens to vote, treating it as a civic duty like paying taxes or serving on a jury. Others rely on education and social pressure to emphasize the importance of participation. The paradox remains unresolved because it is based on individual logic conflicting with collective needs. A rational person may still conclude their vote doesn't matter, but if too many people reach this conclusion, democracy itself is weakened. People often resolve the paradox through a sense of duty rather than strict logic. They vote not because they expect to be the deciding factor, but because they believe in participation. Some vote to honor past struggles for voting rights. Others vote to express their values even if they expect their candidate to lose. This reasoning moves beyond pure logic and into the realm of civic responsibility. The paradox reveals a deeper issue in democratic systems. It shows how individual incentives do not always align with collective needs. If everyone acted only on the assumption that a single contribution doesn't matter, nothing requiring collective effort would succeed. This applies not just to voting, but to all areas where individual actions contribute to a larger goal. It challenges people to think beyond immediate outcomes and consider how their participation shapes the future. A man finds a book on physics in an old library. He studies it. The bootstrap paradox. Memorizes every detail and later becomes a renowned physicist. Years later, he travels back in time and gives the same book to his younger self. His younger self reads it, grows up, and eventually hands it to his past self. Again, the book has no point of origin. It exists in a closed loop, never being. Created yet always existing, this is the bootstrap paradox. A musician wakes up one morning with a melody in his head. He writes it down, records it, and releases it as a song. Years later, he time travels to the past and hums it to his younger self, who writes it down, records it, and releases it. The song exists, but no one ever composed it. This contradiction sits at the core of the bootstrap paradox. A scientist discovers blueprints for a machine capable of producing unlimited energy. He builds it, then travels to the past and gives the blueprints to his younger self, who follows them exactly. No one design the machine. The plans simply exist. This paradox appears in many forms, often involving time travel. The name comes from the phrase, pulling oneself up by one's own bootstraps, meaning to create something from nothing. In each example, the object or idea has no original creator. It is caught in a loop. P. From the future to the past and back again. The paradox raises deep questions about causality. Normally, things have a clear beginning. A composer writes a song. A scientist invents a machine. A writer creates a book, but in a bootstrap scenario, these things are handed down with no original source. The information, object, or idea exist outside the normal flow of time. Imagine a historian who specializes in medieval literature. One day, a stranger hands her a handwritten manuscript of an unknown Shakespeare play. She verifies its authenticity and publishes it. The play gains worldwide fame. Later in life, she travels back in time and gives the manuscript to Shakespeare himself. Shakespeare copies it and claims it as his own centuries. Later, the historian finds the manuscript again. The play exists, but no one ever wrote it. This paradox is closely related to the grandfather paradox, which deals with the contradictions of changing the past. The grandfather paradox asks what happens if a time traveler prevents their own birth. The bootstrap paradox asks what happens when something has no point of creation. One version of the paradox involves objects rather than ideas. A man finds an old watch in his attic. He later travels to the past and accidentally leaves it behind. A younger version of himself finds it, keeps it, and eventually puts it in the attic, where his older self later finds it again. The watch exists in an endless cycle. It never breaks, wears down, or ages because it never experiences a true beginning. Another version of the paradox involves technology. A time traveler from the future brings back a smartphone and gives it to an inventor in the past. The inventor reverse engineers the device, patents it, and starts a tech revolution. Over time, the same phone model is produced, sold, and eventually given to the time traveler, who takes it back to the past. No one originally invented the smartphone. It came from a loop. This paradox challenges our understanding of information. Normally, knowledge is discovered or created, but in a bootstrap scenario, knowledge simply exists. A physicist might receive notes from the future, that help them make a breakthrough. They later send those same notes back in time to their younger self. The discovery is real, but it has no point of origin. Many stories use the bootstrap paradox as a plot device in fiction. Time travel creates these loops. Often a famous example appears in a television show where a character receives a mysterious book of facts. He memorizes it and later travels back in time to publish it under his own name. The book's knowledge is accurate, but no one originally wrote it. A more practical version of the paradox appears in cultural evolution. Consider a folk song passed down through generations over time. The original composer's name is lost. Later, a historian finds an old recording and claims it as an ancient song. But what if that historian later travels back in time and teaches the song to the original musician? The song has no real origin. The paradox also applies to language. Suppose a new word appears in a dictionary with an unknown first use. A linguist travels back in time and introduces the word before it was officially recorded. The word becomes common, appearing in future dictionaries. Where did it come from? These scenarios break the usual rules of cause and effect. Normally, events follow a logical sequence. A scientist develops a theory, writes a paper, and others build on it. In a bootstrap scenario, the paper already exists and the scientist simply reintroduces it into the timeline. This paradox highlights the instability of time travel. If time loops exist, then objects, ideas, and knowledge could circulate indefinitely. This creates logical inconsistencies. An object could exist forever without ever being made. A person could learn something without anyone discovering it. The paradox also has implications for artificial intelligence. Imagine an AI program to improve itself. It generates an advanced version of itself, which then sends its source code back in time. The earlier version simply copies the future code. The AI becomes more powerful without anyone ever designing the improved version. This paradox raises a fundamental question. Does existence require an origin in our normal understanding of reality? Everything has a cause. A book has an author, a song has a composer, an invention has an inventor. The bootstrap paradox challenges this assumption by creating situations where things exist without ever being created. Some scientists speculate that if time travel were possible, bootstrap loops might exist in theoretical eye physics. Certain interpretations of time travel allow information to be passed backward without contradictions. If true, this would mean that knowledge or technology could exist in stable time loops. Some argue that the paradox is an illusion. They claim that just because an event happens in a loop does not mean it lacks an origin. Instead, they suggest that the loop itself serves as the origin. This view, however, does not fully resolve the problem. It simply shifts the question from who created this to, does something need to be created at all? The paradox continues to challenge philosophers and scientists. It forces people to rethink assumptions about time, causality, and information. If something can exist without an origin, then our understanding of creation itself may be incomplete. Imagine you meet someone you haven't seen in 10 years you recognize. The identity paradox. Them, their voice, mannerisms, and even their way of thinking still feel familiar, but during that time, almost. Every cell in their body has been replaced, the atoms that made up their skin. Blood and bones a decade ago are now gone. If their physical body has been entirely replaced, are they still the same person? This question, known as the identity paradox, challenges how we define personal identity. People tend to assume they remain the same over time. They remember past experiences and assume continuity, but biology tells a different story. Human cells are in a constant state of renewal. Skin cells last a few weeks, red blood cells live for about 4 months, and even bone cells are gradually replaced over several years. Estimates suggest that nearly every cell in the body is replaced within a decade. If identity is tied to the physical body, this creates a problem. If none of the same physical matter remains, what makes someone the same person over time? A useful way to explore this question is through the ship of Theus. Thought experiment. Imagine a wooden ship that has its planks replaced one by one over many years. Eventually, every original piece is gone. Is it still the same ship? If someone collected the discarded planks and rebuilt the ship elsewhere, which one would be the real ship of Theus? The same question applies to human identity. If the body undergoes constant renewal, what keeps a person themselves over time? Some argue that identity is more than just the physical body. They believe continuity comes from memory and consciousness. Even if the body's cells are replaced, a person's experiences and thoughts create a sense of self that persists. Memory provides a link to the past, allowing people to feel as though they have remained the same despite physical changes. But memory is imperfect. People forget things. Memories fade or change over time. If identity relies on memory, then what happens to those who suffer memory loss? If someone forgets their past, are they still the same person? This question becomes even more complicated when considering severe cases of memory loss, such as amnesia or dementia. If a person with Alzheimer's no longer remembers their own name or recognizes their loved ones, are they still the same person they once were? If identity depends on memories, then losing them seems to erase the self. But if identity is tied to something deeper, like consciousness or personality, then some part of the person remains even if they no longer recall their past. Another way to approach this paradox is through the role of the brain. The brain is constantly changing. Neural connections form and disappear as people learn and grow. Studies in neuroscience show that even personality traits can shift over time. Someone who was once shy can become outgoing. A person who once loved music might lose interest if identity is tied to the brain. Does this mean people become entirely new individuals as their thoughts and behaviors evolve? If someone suffers a brain injury that alters their personality, are they the same person they were before? The paradox also challenges how society treats personal responsibility. Legal systems assume a person remains the same over time if someone commits a crime at 20 years old. They can still be held accountable for it at 40. But if their body and mind have changed, are they truly the same person who committed the crime? The law treats identity as continuous, even though science suggests the self is in flux. This creates an ethical dilemma. Should someone be punished for actions taken by a past version of themselves that no longer exists in the same physical form? Some philosophers argue that identity is not a fixed thing, but a process instead of being a single, unchanging entity. A person is a collection of experiences, memories, and physical changes that create the illusion of stability. This perspective suggests that identity is not something people have, but something they do. It emerges through interaction, thought, and memory rather than being a static essence. One example that highlights this issue is organ transplants. If someone receives a heart transplant, they are still considered the same person. But what if science advanced to the point where a person could receive a full-body transplant, keeping only their original brain? Would they still be the same individual? Some might say yes, since the brain holds memories and personality. But what if the opposite were true? If a brain transplant were possible and someone's brain was placed in a new body, would they still be the same person? This suggests that identity might be more tied to the brain than the body. The paradox extends to digital identity as well. Imagine a person who uploads their consciousness to a computer. If a perfect digital copy of their mind exists with all their memories and thoughts intact, is that copy the same person? If the original biological person still exists, then there are two versions of the same individual. But if the biological person dies, does the digital version continue to be them? If identity is tied to consciousness and memory, then in theory, the digital version should be the same person. But if identity is tied to a specific body, then the digital copy is just a replica. Personal identity also shifts across cultures and beliefs. Some traditions view the self as fluid, constantly shaped by experiences and relationships. Others see identity as something fixed, an unchanging core that defines a person. The paradox challenges both views. If identity is fluid, then there is no single self to hold on to. If it is fixed, then where does it exist when the body and mind constantly change? A real-world case that highlights this paradox is dissociative identity disorder where a single individual exhibits multiple distinct identities. Each identity has its own memories, personality, and even neurological patterns. If identity were singular and continuous, this disorder should not be possible. But if identity can fragment and change, then the self is more complex than it appears. This raises difficult questions. If one identity in a person with DID commits a crime, should another identity in the same body be held accountable? If identity is tied to memory and consciousness, then which identity is the real one? Even in everyday life, The paradox appears in subtle ways people often feel different from who they were in the past. A person might look back at their teenage self and feel disconnected as though that version of them was an entirely different person. They might say, "I don't even recognize who I was back." Then, if they feel so different from their past self, what exactly has remained the same if identity persists? Through change, what is the core element that makes someone the same? Despite those changes, the paradox also raises questions about cloning. If a perfect genetic clone of a person were created, would that clone be the same individual? They would have the same DNA, but their experiences and memories would be different if identity depends on personal history rather than biology. Then the clone is a separate individual, but if identity is linked to physical form, then the clone should in theory be the same. This issue is not just theoretical, it affects real-world decisions in medicine, law, and ethics. Understanding the nature of identity impacts everything from criminal justice to artificial intelligence. It forces people to question what makes them who they are and whether they are truly the same person over time. Quantum mechanics. The quantum observer paradox challenges how people understand reality. The quantum observer paradox raises a fundamental question: if observation affects the state of a system, what happens when no one is watching? This idea comes from experiments in quantum physics that show particles behave differently when measured. Scientists have found that observation does not just reveal reality, but seems to shape it. This contradicts the everyday experience of a stable world existing whether or not someone is there. To see it, one of the best known examples of this paradox comes from the double slit experiment, when scientists shine light or fire electrons at a barrier. With two SL slits, the particles create an interference pattern on the other side. This pattern suggests that each particle moves like a wave, passing through both slits at once. But when someone measures which slit the particle goes through, the interference pattern disappears. Instead, the particle behaves like a solid object passing through only one slit. The simple act of measuring changes the outcome. If the observer had not measured, the particle would have acted like a wave since it was measured. It behaved like a particle. This experiment suggests that at a quantum level, particles do not have definite positions or states until they are observed before measurement. They exist in a superposition, meaning they take all possible paths at once. The moment an observer measures them, they collapse into a single state. This leads to a strange question. If an object is not observed, does it exist in a definite state at all? The answer seems to depend on measuring. But if measurement changes reality, then reality does not exist in a fixed way. Without an observer, this idea is not just a theoretical problem, it appears in real-world quantum experiments. Scientists have tested how observation changes results by delaying when they measure particles. In some cases, they decide whether to measure after the particle has already passed through the slits. Even though the event has already happened, the delayed measurement still changes the outcome. It is as if the particle knows whether it will be observed in the future and adjusts accordingly. This leads to a bigger question what counts as an observer in classical physics, reality is independent. Of the observer, a rock on the ground exists, whether or not anyone sees it. In quantum mechanics, an observer does not have to be a person. A measuring device can also collapse a quantum state sum. Physicists argue that anything interacting with a quantum system counts as an observer. Others suggest that true. Observation requires consciousness if only conscious beings collapse. Quantum states, then the nature of reality, depends on whether someone is aware of it. This idea raises the paradoxical thought that without an observer, reality might not settle into a definite state. If a tree falls in a forest and no one is there to hear it, does it make a sound? In quantum mechanics, the question is more extreme. If no one observes the tree, is it even in a definite place? If every particle in the tree exists in a superposition until observed, then in some sense, the tree itself may not fully exist until someone looks at it. This leads to an unsettling idea about the universe itself. The universe existed long before humans. But if observation determines reality, what kept the universe in a definite state before observers evolved? Some physicists argue that large systems collapse their own quantum states. In this view, the sun and earth became stable long before humans arrived because complex systems interact in ways that act like measurements. Others suggest that the universe itself requires a fundamental observer. This has led to interpretations where consciousness plays a role in shaping reality. Some scientists reject this interpretation and say that observation does not create reality, but only forces it into one state. In this view, quantum systems always exist in some innate form, but measurement reveals which one. The problem is that no one can prove what happens before measurement. Quantum mechanics only predicts what will happen when something is measured. What happens before that remains unknown. Some interpretations suggest reality constantly branches into different possibilities, and measurement just picks one. In this view, all possible outcomes exist, but humans only experience one of them. The paradox becomes even stranger when applied to living things. Shear's cat is a famous thought experiment that shows how quantum mechanics can affect everyday objects. In this experiment, a cat is placed in a box with a radioactive atom. If the atom decays, it triggers poison that kills the cat. If the atom does not decay, the cat stays alive. Since radioactive decay is a quantum event, the atom exists in a superposition of decayed and not decayed until measured. If the atom state is uncertain, then so is the cat's fate until someone opens the box. The cat is both alive and dead at the same time. This idea seems absurd because people do not see cats existing in two states, but the experiment shows how quantum uncertainty could scale up to larger objects if quantum rules apply to everything. Then the same principle applies to larger things, including living creatures. The paradox highlights the gap between quantum mechanics and human experience. People see a world of solid objects that exist whether or not they are watched. But at the smallest level, reality does not behave this way. Some interpretations of quantum mechanics avoid this paradox by proposing that measurement is just one possible explanation. One alternative is the many worlds interpretation. In this view, the universe splits into different versions every time a quantum event happens in one universe, the cat lives in another, the cat dies. Both outcomes happen, but each exists in a separate world. In this interpretation, observation does not change reality. Instead, it determines which version of reality the observer experiences. Another interpretation is quantum decoherence. This idea suggests that quantum superpositions do not collapse due to observation, but instead break down when they interact with large systems. In this view, objects seem to have definite states because interactions with the fellow environment force them into stable conditions. This avoids the need for an observer, but still raises questions about why reality takes one form instead of another. The paradox also connects to artificial intelligence and consciousness. If observation creates reality, then machines that measure quantum states could count as observers. But if only consciousness collapses reality, then artificial intelligence would not have the same effect as a human observer. This raises deeper questions about what makes something conscious and whether reality depends on awareness or just interaction. The quantum observer paradox challenges basic assumptions about reality. It suggests that the universe might not exist in a definite form unless something observes it. This idea raises philosophical, scientific, and even existential questions. It forces people to reconsider what they mean by existence and reality in a world where observation plays a fundamental role. You are told that you will receive a surprise gift. At first, this seems the paradox of the unexpected gift. Exciting, the idea of an unexpected present brings anticipation, but then you start thinking about it. If you know you are getting a gift, is it still a surprise? The more you expect it, the less surprising it becomes. Yet, if you try to forget about it, you still know it's coming. This is the paradox of the unexpected gift. Imagine a friend tells you they will surprise you with a gift sometime this week. You don't know the exact day or time, but you do know something is coming on Monday. You wait thinking it might happen. Nothing by Tuesday. You wonder if it will come today. Still nothing by Wednesday. You try not to expect it, but the thought lingers. If the gift arrives on Friday, was it truly a surprise? You knew it would happen within the week, even if you didn't know the exact day. You were always waiting for it. This paradox is closely related to the idea of an unexpected exam. A teacher tells the class there will be a surprise test. Next week, the students start thinking if the test is on Friday, they will know by Thursday night that it must be on Friday. That means Friday can't be a surprise. The same logic applies to Thursday. By Wednesday night, if it hasn't happened, they would know it must be Thursday. This reasoning continues backward through the week. By this logic, the test can never be a surprise. Yet, when the test happens, the students are still caught off guard. This problem comes from the way expectations work. Surprise means a lack of. Expectation. If someone tells you that a surprise is coming, they create an expectation even if you don't know the exact details. The very fact that you expect something makes it harder for it to be truly unexpected. The paradox happens because of this contradiction. You are given information about something that should be unexpected, which makes it no longer fully unexpected. Consider a birthday party. If someone throws you a surprise party, it should mean you had no idea. But what if you started suspecting it? Maybe your friends are acting differently. Maybe someone slips and hints at it. By the time you walk into the party, you might not be shocked. Does that mean it wasn't a surprise? The paradox appears again. You expected something, but not everything. Maybe you didn't know the exact location or who would be there. So in one sense, it wasn't a total surprise, but in another sense, it was this. Paradox also applies to storytelling. If a book or movie tells you there will be a twist, you start looking for it when it happens. You may not know the exact details, but you expected something unexpected. This changes how you experience the story. Some plot twists work because they come from nowhere, while others are satisfying because they were subtly set up. But if you know a twist is coming, your mind scans for clues, making the reveal feel different. The surprise is weakened by anticipation. The same problem happens with magic tricks. A magician tells the audience they will see something amazing. The audience knows a trick is coming. They don't know how it works, but they know to expect deception. The trick can still impress them, but it isn't a true surprise because they were waiting for it. The best magic tricks fool people. Even when they expect to be fooled, the real shock comes when something happens that even expectation couldn't prepare them for. The paradox of the unexpected gift can also appear in social situations. A person tells their friend, "I'm going to surprise you with something nice." The friend now expects something. The only way to make it a true surprise is to delay it long enough that the friend forgets, or make it happen in a way they never could have predicted. But the moment the friend is told to expect something, the pure element of surprise is lost. This paradox even affects emotions. If you expect to be happy tomorrow because of a specific event, the happiness loses some of its spontaneity. If you expect to be disappointed, the anticipation dulls the impact. This is why unexpected joy can feel more intense than planned happiness. The less you see something coming, the stronger the reaction in marketing. Companies use this paradox when they announce a big reveal. If a company says they have a major surprise for customers, the announcement itself creates expectation. When the reveal happens, people might feel underwhelmed because they had time to imagine something bigger. The paradox plays out as expectation dulls the surprise factor. This is why some brands prefer to launch products without prior hints, allowing the shock factor to stay intact. The paradox also appears in relationships. Someone plans a romantic surprise for their partner. If they drop too many hints, the other person starts expecting it, which reduces the impact. But if they give no hints, the partner might not be prepared to enjoy it fully. The balance between surprise and expectation is difficult to manage. Too much anticipation and the magic fades too little. and the moment might not be appreciated as. Deeply, the paradox of the unexpected gift highlights a problem in logic and human experience. Expectation changes. Reality. The more you anticipate something, the less surprising it becomes if someone tells you that a surprise is coming. They take away part of what makes a surprise work. This tension creates a strange loop, the very act of preparing. For the unexpected makes it less unexpected. People experience this paradox in everyday life. A child eagerly waits for a Christmas present. They know they will get something, but they don't know what. When they finally open it, they might still be surprised by the contents, but they were never surprised by the fact that a gift was coming. This is why. Sudden, unplanned gifts often create stronger reactions. A random act of kindness can feel more impactful than an expected holiday present because it comes without warning. A practical way to resolve this paradox is to introduce uncertainty. If you want to truly surprise someone, you don't just tell them a surprise is coming. Instead, you keep the timing or nature completely unpredictable. Instead of saying, "I got you something," you might simply wait until the right moment and present it. Without any buildup, the surprise remains intact because there was no time for expectation to interfere. This paradox shows that our minds struggle with conflicting information. We want to know what to expect, but the moment we do, the event loses some of its spontaneity. The tension between knowing and not knowing shapes how we experience its surprises, stories, magic, emotions, and even logic itself. The unexpected gift remains a paradox because the very act of knowing something is coming makes it less of a surprise, yet the details can still catch us off guard. Menno's paradox raises a Menno's paradox. Difficult question about knowledge and learning. It suggests that if you already know what you are looking for, then searching for it is unnecessary. But if you do not know what you are looking for, then how would you recognize it when you find it? This problem challenges the idea of discovery and forces people to think about how learning actually works. Imagine someone searching for a lost object. If they know exactly what they lost, they can focus on finding it. They might remember the last place they saw, but retrace their steps or search in likely locations. But if they do not know what they lost, how would they know when they have found it? They could pick up random objects and examine them, but without a reference point, they would have no way to confirm whether they had found the missing item. The paradox highlights this issue in a broader sense. If knowledge is like a lost object, then learning seems impossible because a person must already know something in order to recognize it. Plato introduced this paradox through a conversation between Socrates and Menno. Mayo asks how people can search for knowledge if they do not already know what they are looking for. Socrates responds by suggesting that knowledge is not something newly discovered, but something remembered. He introduces the idea of recollection, arguing that the soul already contains knowledge and that learning is simply a process of recalling what was forgotten. This explanation shifts the problem from discovery to memory, but it does not eliminate the paradox itself. Think about how a scientist searches for a new element. If the scientist has no idea what the element looks like or what properties it has, then how do they know what to test if they already knew what? To expect then it would not be a discovery science moves forward by making hypotheses, testing them, and refining them. But the paradox raises the question of how the first hypothesis is formed. If a scientist has absolutely no prior knowledge, how do they make any progress at all? A similar issue appears in language learning. A child learns words by associating them with objects. But how does the process begin if a child does not yet know the meaning of a word? How do they learn it without already having some understanding of what it refers to? If someone points to an apple and says apple, the child might connect the sound to the object. But what if they misunderstand and think apple means red or round? Instead, learning depends on context, but the paradox suggests that some prior knowledge is necessary to recognize new information. Correctly, the paradox also appears in personal growth. Imagine someone searching for happiness. If they already know what will make them happy, then they can go after it directly. But if they are unsure what happiness is for them, how do they find it? They might try different things, but without a way to recognize happiness when they feel it. They could continue searching indefinitely. Some people spend their lives chasing success, love, or fulfillment, only to realize later that they did not know what they were looking for. In the first place, in everyday life, people face the paradox when making decisions. If someone is trying to choose a career, they might research different jobs and compare them, but if they do not know what kind of work they would enjoy, how do they decide? They can gather information, but at some point they have to take a chance without knowing for certain if their choice is correct. The paradox suggests that a person must have some prior understanding of what they seek before they can successfully search for it. The issue becomes even more complicated in philosophy. If philosophers are searching for truth, how do they recognize it when they find it? If truth is completely unknown, then anything could be true. But if philosophers already have a sense of what truth looks like, then they are not really discovering it. They are confirming something they already believed. This creates a tension between exploration and expectation. A person must be open to new ideas, but they also need a way to determine whether those ideas are valid. Some people solve the paradox by arguing that knowledge is built step by step, even if a person does not know exactly what they are looking for. They can move forward by refining their understanding. A detective solving a mystery may not know who the criminal is, but they can gather clues, eliminate possibilities, and gradually form a clearer picture. This process allows learning to happen even when the final answer is unknown. Others argue that the paradox proves that knowledge is impossible without some form of intuition. If people needed complete knowledge before they could begin learning, then no one could ever learn anything. Instead, they rely on instincts, guesses, and patterns to guide them. A baby learning to walk does not understand balance, physics, or muscle control, but they still take steps, fall, and improve. This suggests that learning does not require full knowledge in advance, but can happen through experience and correction in creative fields. The paradox takes another form, and artists trying to create something new must have an idea before they start, but they often do not know exactly what the final work will look like. If they already had the complete image in their mind, then making the art would just be copying an existing vision. But if they have no idea at all, then where do they start? Many artists solve this by beginning with rough sketches, experimenting and allowing the work to evolve. The same applies to writing music and invention. Creativity often works by balancing knowledge with uncertainty. The paradox also influences artificial intelligence. A machine learning algorithm improves by recognizing patterns in data, but if it has no starting point, how does it begin? Learning. If an AI has never seen a cat before, how does it learn what a cat looks like? It needs some labeled examples to begin with, which means that its learning is not from pure discovery, but from refining existing knowledge. The paradox suggests that true artificial intelligence would need some built-in way of recognizing new information before it can learn anything meaningful. A similar problem arises in history if historians are searching for the truth about past events. How do they know when they have found it historical? Records are incomplete, biased, or lost over time if a historian already knows what they are looking for, then they might unconsciously interpret evidence to fit their expectations. But if they have no idea what the truth is, how do they avoid being misled by false information? This creates a challenge in distinguishing between discovering history and constructing a narrative based on assumptions. Menno's paradox appears whenever people search for meaning, whether in science, philosophy, or daily life. It questions how learning works and whether true discovery is even possible if a person already knows what they are looking for. Then they do not need to search. If they do not know, then they have no way to recognize it when they find it. This paradox forces people to think about how they define knowledge and what it means to learn something new. A person in power must make decisions that affect others when they claim to be the conflict of interest. Paradox. Neutral. They suggest they have no personal stake in the outcome, but neutrality itself requires judgment, and judgment is influenced by personal views, experiences, and pressures. This creates a conflict. If someone claims neutrality, how can they ensure their decisions are truly unbiased? This is the conflict of interest paradox. It arises in politics, law, business, and even personal relationships. A judge in a courtroom is expected to be neutral. They must apply the law without personal preference. But laws are written by people with different beliefs and interests. Judges interpret laws based on legal precedents, but those precedents were set by other judges who also claimed neutrality. If a judge was once a lawyer representing corporations, can they be truly neutral when ruling on corporate law? They may believe they can separate their past from their present, but their understanding of the law is shaped by their experiences if they favor corporations. In their rulings, they might justify it as a logical interpretation of the law rather than a personal bias. But that justification itself shows how past experiences influence decisions. A journalist covering a political event faces the same problem. They may claim to report only facts without opinion, but choosing which facts to highlight and which to downplay shapes the audience's perception if they cover one candidate's scandals but not another's. They influence public opinion while claiming neutrality. Even the wording of a headline changes meaning. Candidate X accused of fraud suggests guilt more strongly than Candidate X responds to fraud allegations. A journalist may believe they are neutral because they do not endorse a candidate outright, but their choices reveal a perspective. A hiring manager must choose between two candidates for a job. They claim neutrality and say they will base the decision only on qualifications. One candidate attended the same university as the hiring manager. They share a similar background and interests. The other candidate comes from a different part of the country and has a different professional history. The hiring manager may feel more comfortable with the first candidate, interpreting their familiarity as a sign of shared values or competence. They may not recognize this as bias, but their sense of comfort is influencing the decision. If neutrality means ignoring personal preference, is that even possible? A government regulator overseeing an industry must make policy decisions if they previously worked in that industry. They understand its inner workings, that knowledge makes them qualified, but it also creates a risk. Their past colleagues and friends still work in the industry. If they write regulations that favor businesses over consumers, they may see it as promoting economic growth rather than favoritism. If they write regulations that restrict businesses, they may see it as protecting the public rather than punishing former employers. In both cases, they believe they are neutral, but their background shapes how they define fairness. The paradox appears in international diplomacy. A mediator in a conflict between two nations claims neutrality. They do not favor one side over the other, but neutrality does not mean lack of influence. If they suggest compromises, those compromises reflect their own view of fairness. If they push for peace talks, they assume that peace is the best solution. If one side benefits more from delay, then neutrality in action benefits that side. The mediator may say they are treating both parties equally, but treating unequal sides equally often benefits the stronger party. This paradox challenges the idea of objectivity in decision-making. A teacher grading essays must judge students fairly, but what does fairness mean? If one student writes in a style the teacher prefers, they may receive a higher grade, even if their arguments are weaker. If a teacher believes they are objective, they may not recognize how their personal preferences shape their decisions. A fair grading system tries to set clear standards, but even those standards reflect assumptions about what makes writing good. In science, researchers try to remain neutral when interpreting data, but the way experiments are designed affects results. If a medical study tests a drug only on young men, its conclusions may not apply to older adults or women. The researchers may believe they are neutral because they followed rigorous procedures, but their decision to exclude certain groups shapes the findings. Even in physics, which seems purely objective, Researchers must decide what measurements to take and which anomalies to ignore if a result contradicts a well-established theory. Some scientists may dismiss it as an error rather than consider that the theory itself might be wrong. In everyday life, people face this paradox in personal disputes. A friend, asked to mediate an argument between two others, may try to stay neutral, but listening to one person first already influences how they see the conflict. If they advise compromise, they assume both sides are equally wrong or right. If one person is actually more at fault, neutrality favors them by giving them the same credibility as the other. Even refusing to take a side is a decision that affects the outcome. This paradox does not mean neutrality is impossible. It means that claiming neutrality does not remove bias. Every decision reflects assumptions. Recognizing those assumptions is difficult because they often feel like common sense. A judge who believes they are applying the law fairly may not see how their interpretation favors one side. A journalist who presents both sides of an issue may not see how framing an issue as a debate legitimizes a fringe. Position a hiring manager who chooses someone who feels like a good fit may not see how they are reinforcing personal preferences rather than objective qualifications. Attempts to solve this paradox often lead to more complications. Some systems try to remove human judgment. Entirely automated hiring. Software claims to be neutral by using algorithms, but those algorithms are trained on past hiring decisions, which reflect human biases. If past hiring managers favored one group over another, the software learns to do the same. An AI designed to screen job applicants may reject qualified candidates because they do not match the patterns of previous hires. The attempt to remove bias ends up reinforcing it. Another approach is transparency. Judges disclose conflicts of interest. Journalists reveal police political affiliations. Regulators recuse themselves from decisions involving former employers. This helps, but it does not eliminate bias. A judge who acknowledges their past still interprets laws through that lens. A journalist who states their bias may still shape narratives unconsciously. A regulator who steps aside from one decision may still influence policy in ways that reflect their background. Awareness of this paradox matters because it reminds people that morality is not the absence of bias, but a decision about how to manage it. A judge who acknowledges their perspective can work harder to counteract it. A journalist who recognizes their framing choices can seek alternative viewpoints. A hiring manager who understands their instinctive preferences can create structured evaluation criteria. Neutrality is not a passive state, but an active effort. The conflict of interest. Paradox forces people to question what they assume about fairness. It shows that every decision, even those meant to be neutral, carries some influence. It does not mean neutrality is a lie. It means neutrality requires constant self-examination. A prisoner sits before the prisoner's self-justification paradox. A judge accused of a serious crime, when asked to defend himself, He simply says, I am innocent. A guilty person would lie, so my statement must be true at first glance. This reasoning seems to make sense if guilty people lie and the prisoner claims to be innocent, then he must be telling the truth. But this argument quickly collapses under scrutiny. The central issue is that an innocent person and a guilty person would both claim innocence no matter what. The truth is, the prisoner has every reason to say the same thing. A guilty person does not need to be a liar all the time. They only need to lie when it benefits them. If lying about guilt helps avoid punishment, then both the guilty and the innocent would behave identically. That means the prisoner's reasoning cannot prove anything to see the flaw. More clearly, consider a courtroom where every defendant follows the same logic. Each one states, I must be innocent. Because a guilty person would lie if this reasoning worked, then no one could ever be found guilty. The entire legal system would collapse, because the mere assertion of innocence would be enough to dismiss any charge. A person's guilt or innocence must be determined through evidence, not by how they present their case. Imagine a town where two suspects are arrested for a robbery. The first suspect says, I am innocent, because a guilty man would lie. The second suspect, who actually committed the crime, says the same thing. If their argument holds, then both must be innocent. But if both are innocent, then who committed the robbery? The logic contradicts itself, because it allows a guilty person to appear just as innocent as a truly innocent one. This paradox exists in many forms beyond the courtroom. In everyday life, people justify their honesty by claiming that dishonest people would behave differently. A student caught cheating might say a real cheater would deny it. Since I admit I was just looking at my notes, I must not be a cheater. This argument suggests that a guilty person would act differently, but it ignores the fact that a guilty person could say exactly the same thing to escape blame. A similar issue arises in political debates. A leader accused of corruption might say a corrupt politician would try to hide it. Since I am being open about the accusations, I must be innocent. This defense assumes that guilty people always try to cover their tracks, but history shows that guilty individuals often admit small truths to appear more credible. A guilty person can act honest when it serves their interests. Another variation of this paradox appears in trust and relationships. Suppose a person is suspected of lying to their friend. They respond, I would never lie to you. If I were lying, wouldn't I try harder to convince you? This argument suggests that liars behave in a predictable way, but the best liars know how to manipulate expectations. A skilled deceiver might pretend to be casual and honest because they know that people expect lies to be obvious. This paradox also affects how people judge credibility. If a scientist presents research, skeptics might say a fraudulent scientist would act very confident. Since this scientist is confident, we should be suspicious. But a genuine scientist could also be confident because they believe in their findings. Using behavior alone to determine truth leads to mistakes, because both honest and dishonest people can act the same way. Another problem with this reasoning is that it assumes. Guilt and lying always go together. This is not always true. A guilty person might tell the truth if they believe honesty will result in a lesser punishment. An innocent person might lie. Out of fear or confusion, if a defendant falsely believes that a judge will not believe them, they might invent an alibi instead of telling the truth. Now the situation is reversed. An innocent person is lying, and a guilty person might be. Telling the truth, the connection between guilt and lying is not as strong as the prisoner's argument assumes. The paradox appears in history as well, during which trials accused and individuals faced a deadly dilemma if they denied practicing. Witchcraft authorities claimed that witches always denied their crimes if they confessed they were punished for being witches. No matter what they said, the outcome was the same. This shows the danger of assuming that guilt and lying always go together if a system is designed to interpret in any statement as proof of guilt, then no defense can be effective. Philosophy also struggles with this paradox. It connects to the liar paradox, where a person says, "I am lying." If they are telling the truth, then they must be lying, which contradicts itself. The prisoner's claim follows a similar pattern. He assumes that lying always signals guilt, but this assumption makes it impossible to determine truth, because both guilt and innocence would lead to the same statement. This paradox highlights a deeper issue with logic and reasoning. People often assume that truth and deception follow predictable patterns. They believe that guilty people act nervous or evasive while innocent. People speak plainly, but real life does not work that way. Some people lie smoothly, while others stumble over their words even when they tell the truth. Relying on a single pattern to determine truth creates errors, a related problem. Is that people sometimes accept weak arguments because they sound reasonable. The prisoner's claim seems logical at first, but it does not hold up to deeper examination. This shows why critical thinking is necessary. Just because a statement appears convincing does not mean it proves anything. People must always ask whether an argument could be used in the same way by both a truthful and a dishonest person. If it can, then it does not provide useful evidence. The paradox also applies in law enforcement police. Interrogations often involve detecting lies, but if an innocent and a guilty person behave the same way, distinguishing between them becomes difficult. Some innocent suspects appear deceptive under stress, while some guilty. Individuals remain calm if police assume that lying always signals guilt. They risk making false accusations. Investigations must rely on concrete evidence rather than assumptions about how guilt or innocence should look. This problem extends to artificial intelligence and lie detection. Some technologies claim to detect lies by analyzing speech patterns or facial expressions, but if both liars and honest people can act the same way, then such systems will inevitably make mistakes. They may label nervous truth-tellers as liars or allow skilled deceivers to pass undetected the underlying assumption. That deception has a fixed pattern leads to flawed conclusions. This paradox also connects to political rhetoric. A leader accused of wrongdoing might argue, If I were guilty, I would be acting guilty. Since I am not, I must be innocent. But guilt is not always reflected in behavior some people react to. Accusations with anger or defiance, while others remain composed using demeanor alone. To judge innocence can be misleading even in personal relationships. This paradox creates problems. Suppose someone accuses a friend of lying. The friend responds, "If I were lying, wouldn't I sound more nervous?" This argument assumes that lies always follow a predictable pattern, but skilled liars know how to appear sincere. Trust must be built on more than just external behavior. The prisoner's self-justification paradox highlights a flaw in reasoning that appears in many areas of life. It reveals that truth cannot always be determined by how someone presents themselves. People often rely on assumptions about lying and guilt, but these assumptions do not always hold. The paradox shows why careful thought and real evidence are necessary when determining guilt. Innocence or honesty. A person's identity is built on memories, every experience, every lesson. The memory paradox. Learned and every decision made contributes to how people see themselves, but memories are not perfect records of the past. They change over time. People misremember things. Sometimes they recall events that never happened. If memories shape identity but can be false, then how much of identity is real? A child remembers being lost in a store. When they were 5 years old, they recall the feeling of panic, the bright overhead lights, and the voice of an employee asking if they needed help. That memory becomes a part of their identity. It explains their fear of crowded places. It justifies their tendency to stay close to familiar people. Years later, a parent hears them tell this story and says it never happened. The child was never lost. They never wandered away. They never cried for help. Yet the memory feels real. It shaped their behavior and self-perception. If that memory is false, what does that say about the parts of their identity that formed because of it? False memories are common. People mix up details, fill in gaps, or even create entire events in their minds. This isn't always intentional. Memory is reconstructive, not like a video recording. The brain stores pieces of information and rebuilds them when recalled. That means every time someone remembers something, they may be altering it slightly. Over time, memories shift. Even when people believe they are accurate, a woman recalls an old friend from high school as someone who was always supportive. She remembers the long conversations and the way that friend stood up for her during an argument, but another classmate remembers things differently. They say the friend wasn't actually supportive. In fact, they spread rumors and only acted kind when it was convenient. The woman struggles with this contradiction. If her memory is wrong, then how much of her understanding of herself is also wrong if she built part of her identity around a friendship that wasn't real in the way she remembers? What else about her past is unreliable? Eyewitness testimony in criminal cases provides one of the clearest examples of how memories fail many people convicted of crimes based on eyewitness accounts have later been proven innocent through DNA evidence. A witness may feel completely certain that they saw someone commit a crime. They remember the person's face, the clothes they wore, and the way they moved, but later evidence shows they were mistaken. The human brain does not work like a perfect camera. It fills in details, especially when under stress. If people can be wrong about something as serious as witnessing a crime, then they can certainly be wrong about personal events. In their own lives, identity is closely tied to personal history. People see themselves as shaped by the things they've been through. Someone who remembers overcoming a tough childhood might believe it made them stronger. Someone who remembers an embarrassing failure may carry that as a core part of who they are. If those memories change or are revealed to be false, their sense of self is affected. A man recalls being bullied in school. He remembers the names he was called and the way people laughed at him. He believes this experience made him more resilient, but years later he attends a school reunion and hears a different version. Former classmates remember him as well-liked. A teacher insists he was always surrounded by friends. If they are right, then what does that mean for the identity he has carried all these years? He thought of himself as someone who struggled and overcame hardship, but if the hardship wasn't real in the way he remembered, then what part of him is real? Even deeply personal memories can shift. A person might remember an important life lesson from their mother, only to later learn that the advice actually came from a book or a different person. This change in memory can be unsettling. People trust their memories to define themselves. They rely on them to provide continuity. If memories shift, then identity becomes less stable. People often rewrite their own past without realizing it. Nostalgia can make childhood seem happier than it was. Regret can make past mistakes seem worse over time. Memories are edited to fit current beliefs and emotions. Someone who once loved a hobby but later ill interest might remember it as never having been that enjoyable. Someone who falls out with a close friend might start recalling more negative moments and forgetting the good times. If identity depends on memory and memory constantly changes, then how much of identity is based on reality? Studies in psychology show that memory is highly suggestible. When people are asked to recall an event, the way a question is worded can influence their response. If someone is asked how fast two cars were going when they smashed into each other, they are more likely to remember the accident as more severe than if they were asked how fast the cars were going when they bumped into each other. This means that identity, which is built on recalled experiences, can be shaped by outside influence. If someone repeatedly hears that they were a troublemaker as a child, they may start to believe it, even if their own memories don't support it. This problem extends beyond individual identity into collective memory. A family may have a shared story about a relative that has been passed down through generations. That story becomes part of the family's identity, but as details are forgotten or changed, the truth becomes harder to separate from fiction. Nations, cultures, and communities build identities based on shared histories that may be incomplete or inaccurate. If identity depends on memory and memory is flexible, then how much of any identity is real? A person who remembers being deeply hurt by someone may carry resentment for years, but what if their memory is distorted? What if their recollection of the argument is missing important details? If they later learn that the other person never said the words they remember, or that the situation wasn't as one-sided as they believed, does that mean their feelings were based on something that never truly happened? Therapists often encounter cases where clients uncover false memories. Some people vividly recall traumatic events that evidence later disproves. Others repress painful memories and only recover them years later. The brain does not store experiences in perfect detail. Instead, it constructs narratives that fit the current understanding of the past. That means people's sense of who they are is based on stories that may not be entirely true. A soldier remembers a moment in battle where they made a split-second decision that saved lives. That memory defines them. It gives them confidence and purpose. But another soldier who was there says it happened differently. The decision was made by someone else. The first soldier's role was much smaller than they recall if they accept this version of events. How does it affect their self-image? If they do not, is their identity based on something that never happened? People build identities through experiences, lessons, and stories. These shape confidence, fears, relationships, and choices. But if those memories are not reliable, identity itself becomes uncertain. The past is always seen through the lens of the present, what someone remembers about. Their childhood depends on how they feel now. What someone believes about an old friendship depends on how they view that person today. If identity depends on something as fragile as memory, then it raises the question of what part of identity is real. An impossible object is a shape. The impossible object paradox. That cannot exist in the real world. Yet people can describe, draw, and imagine it. The Penrose triangle is a well-known example. It looks like a solid three-dimensional object, but its geometry defies reality. No matter how someone tries to build it, the angles do not connect in a way that makes physical sense. This creates a paradox. If something cannot exist, how can a person see it in their mind and put it on paper? The contradiction lies in the way human perception and logic interact. A person can picture a Penrose triangle even though their brain knows it is not a real object. The drawing uses shading and perspective tricks to create an illusion. The mind interprets these visual cues as depth and solidity. When looking at the triangle, the brain assumes that each corner connects correctly because it follows the normal rules of vision. But when trying to trace the object, logically, the connections fall apart. The object breaks the rules of Euclidean space, yet it appears to be stable. This is not just a trick of art, but a deep issue in how the mind processes reality. Impossible objects like the Penrose triangle reveal a gap between seeing and understanding. The brain evolved to recognize patterns and interpret depth cues quickly in everyday life. This helps people navigate the world efficiently, but this same ability makes the brain vulnerable to illusions. The Penrose triangle presents a shape that the brain treats as normal, even though logical reasoning proves it is not. The paradox arises because perception and logic do not always align. Another well-known impossible object is the Penrose stairs. This structure appears to be a staircase that always ascends or descends in a loop. A person looking at the drawing might believe that someone could walk up the stairs forever without ever gaining height. This, of course, is impossible. No real staircase can loop in such a way. Yet the mind perceives it as real because each individual step follows the normal rules of perspective. The paradox is not in the drawing itself, but in how the brain interprets it. The ability to imagine impossible objects raises questions about the nature of reality. If a person can conceive something that cannot exist, what does that mean about the limits of thought? Some argue that these paradoxes show how human perception is not a perfect reflection of the world. The brain constructs a model of reality based on limited information. This model is usually accurate enough for survival, but it can be tricked. The fact that someone can picture an impossible object suggests that imagination is not bound by physical constraints. This paradox extends beyond simple drawings. Fiction and dreams often contain impossible elements. A person might dream of walking through a door and arriving at a place that should be miles away in a dream. This does not seem strange, even though it breaks the laws of physics. The same happens in fictional stories, where characters travel through portals or experience time loops. These ideas make sense within their own framework, even though they cannot happen in the real world. The paradox is that the mind accepts these concepts as coherent, even when logic says they should not be. Mathematics also encounters impossible objects. Consider the idea of a four-dimensional cube known as a tesseract. A person can describe it mathematically and even draw projections of it, but no one can truly picture a four-dimensional shape because human vision is limited to 3 dimensions. Despite this, the tesseract is a well-defined concept in geometry. The paradox is similar to the Penrose triangle if the object cannot exist in normal space. Why can it be studied and visualized in some form? The paradox of impossible objects also connects to optical illusions. Many illusions rely on perspective tricks that force the brain to interpret an image incorrectly. The Miller-Lyer illusion, where 2 lines of equal length appear different due to arrow-like markings at the ends, demonstrates this effect the brain makes. Assumptions about depth and distance that are not accurate. These illusions show that perception is not always reliable. If the brain can misinterpret a simple line drawing, it is no surprise that it can also see an impossible object. As real technology has introduced new ways to explore this paradox. Computer-generated images and virtual reality can create environments where impossible objects seem to exist. A digital model of a Penrose triangle can be rotated in ways that make it look real from certain angles. Video games often use non-Euclidean geometry to create spaces that defy real-world physics. A character in a game might turn a corner and find themselves back where they started. Even though they walked in a straight line, this effect mirrors the logic of impossible objects, allowing people to experience paradoxical spaces. Art and architecture have also played with this idea. The works of M.C. Ear feature impossible buildings and endless staircases. His drawings show figures walking in loops that defy gravity. These images feel logical at first glance, but closer inspection reveals the impossibilities some architects have designed structures that mimic Escher's style using perspective tricks to create the illusion of impossible spaces. These designs rely on the fact that the brain interprets depth based on certain assumptions, which can be manipulated. Some philosophers argue that the paradox of impossible objects reflects the limits of human knowledge. If the brain can conceive of things that cannot exist, does this mean that reality itself is unknowable? Perhaps there are aspects of the universe that do not follow human logic, just as the Penrose triangle does not follow normal geometry. This idea challenges the assumption that the world operates in a way that the mind can fully grasp. It suggests that human understanding is shaped by perception, not by reality itself. Psychologists have studied how people react to impossible objects. Some experiments show that children are more likely to accept these objects without questioning them. As people grow older, they rely more on logical reasoning, which makes them recognize the impossible possibilities. This shift suggests that the ability to process paradoxes develops over time. It also shows that the brain does not always prioritize strict logic. Instead, it balances perception and reasoning, sometimes favoring one over the other. The paradox of impossible objects also appears in language. Some sentences describe situations that cannot happen, yet they still make sense. Grammatically, consider the phrase "a square circle." This describes an impossible shape, but the words themselves are understandable. Similarly, logical contradictions like "this statement is false" create a loop that defies resolution. These examples show that language, like vision, can construct ideas that are logically impossible but still meaningful in some way. Science fiction often explores this paradox by presenting realities that operate on different physical rules. Some stories describe planets where space loops back on itself, making travel non-linear. Others imagine dimensions where impossible objects can exist naturally. These ideas push the boundaries of what people consider possible. They show that even when logic says something cannot exist, the imagination can still process and expand upon it. Philosophy has long debated whether impossible objects prove that reality is different from how people perceive it. Some argue that the paradox is a flaw in human thinking, a sign that perception is not always accurate. Others suggest that it reveals something deeper about the nature of existence. If the mind can create things that do not follow the laws of physics, then those laws might not be as rigid as they seem. This raises questions about the relationship between thought and reality. The paradox of impossible objects remains an open problem. It challenges the way people think about vision, perception, and logic. It shows that the mind is capable of constructing ideas that defy reality. It suggests that human understanding has limits. Yet, at the same time, it expands what people can imagine. The contradiction at its core is simple. If something cannot exist, then why does the brain insist on seeing it? The infinite jail paradox. Imagine a prison with an infinite number of cells, each occupied by a single prisoner. The warden announces that a new prisoner will arrive and must be accommodated in a normal prison with a finite number of cells. This would be a problem. There would be no room, but in an infinite prison, a simple strategy makes space. The warden orders every prisoner to move from their current cell to the next highest numbered cell, the prisoner. In cell 1 moves to cell 2. The prisoner in cell 2 moves to cell 3. The prisoner in cell 3 moves to cell 4, and so on, because there is no last cell. No one is left without a new place to go, since cell 1 is now empty. The new prisoner moves, and the paradox emerges from the fact that even though every cell was already occupied, an extra prisoner has been added without removing anyone. At first, this seems impossible if all cells were occupied before the shift. Then there should not have been space to begin with, but in an infinite system, shifting everyone forward still leaves an open spot. The same logic can be extended further if instead of adding just one new prisoner, the warden wanted to add an infinite number of new prisoners. The same strategy could be modified. Instead of moving everyone just one step up, every prisoner moves to the cell that is twice their current number. The prisoner in cell 1 moves to cell 2. The prisoner in cell 2 moves to cell 4. The prisoner in cell 3 moves to cell 6. The prisoner in cell 4 moves to cell 8, and so on. Now all odd-numbered cells are empty. Since there are infinitely many odd numbers, there is enough room for an infinite number of new prisoners. The paradox challenges intuition because it contradicts how numbers behave in a finite system in a normal prison with a limited number of cells. If every cell is occupied, there is no way to add a new prisoner without removing someone. The concept of infinity changes this rule. An infinite set can accommodate more elements even when it is already full. The structure of infinity allows room to be created without needing to remove anything. This paradox is related to Hilbert's Hotel, a thought experiment by mathematician David Hilbert. In Hilbert's example, a hotel with infinitely many rooms is completely full. A new guest arrives, and instead of turning them away, the hotel manager moves each guest to the next highest numbered room one's guest moves to. Room 2, room 2's guest moves to room 3. Room 3's guest moves to room 4. And so on. Room 1 is now available for the new guest, even though the hotel was already full. The same method allows infinitely many new guests to be accommodated by shifting each existing guest to the room that is twice their current number. The key is that infinity is not like a normal number. It follows different rules. The paradox of the infinite jail also connects to set theory and the way mathematicians think about infinite collections in everyday life. Adding one item to a full container makes it overflow. This does not happen with the infinite sets. The set of all natural numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on is infinite. If you add one more number to this set, it is still infinite. If you double every number in the set, it is still infinite. This seems strange because it does not follow the usual logic of counting. The same idea applies to rational numbers. Between any two numbers, there are infinitely many fractions. No matter how many fractions are removed, the set remains infinite. This explains why an infinite jail can always accommodate more prisoners. The number of cells may be infinite, but shifting the prisoners reorganizes the structure rather than limiting its size. Another way to think about this paradox is to compare it to a never-ending line of people. Suppose an infinite line of people is standing in each person is assigned a number 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on if a new person arrives, and must be placed at the front. Everyone shifts forward one step. The person in position 1 moves to position 2. The person in position 2 moves to position 3. The person in position 3 moves to position 4, and so on. The new person now stands at position 1. Even though the line was already infinitely long, it absorbed another person. The number of people did not change in a meaningful way, because infinity plus 1 is still infinity. This paradox also has implications for how we understand space and movement. Suppose an infinitely long train has a passenger in every seat. A new passenger arrives and must find a seat. The train conductor tells everyone to move 1 seat forward. Every passenger finds a new seat, and the first seat is now available in a finite train. This would not work. Eventually, someone would reach the end, but in an infinite train, no one runs out of space. The train remains as infinite as it was before. Thinking about this paradox from a physical perspective raises additional questions. Could such a jail or hotel exist in reality in the physical world? Every space has limits, even the universe, though vast, may not be truly infinite. If space were infinite, could it operate under these same mathematical principles? Could an infinite structure hold an infinite number of objects and still make room for more? The paradox is purely mathematical, but it forces a reconsideration of how the concept of full applies to infinite systems. Another variation of the paradox involves time. Imagine a timeline stretching infinitely into the past and future. If every moment is already occupied by an event, can a new event still occur? If time is infinite, does it behave like the infinite jail, where new moments can be inserted without pushing anything out? This question relates to discussions in philosophy and physics about whether the universe had a beginning or whether time itself is infinite. The paradox also appears in discussions of population growth. If the universe contained an infinite number of civilizations, could a new civilizations still emerge? If each civilization occupied a specific location in an infinite universe, shifting all civilizations over by 1 unit could create space for a new one. This mirrors the logic of the infinite jail. The total number of civilizations remains infinite, but a new one has been added without displacing any others. This idea can also apply to abstract concepts like information storage. If an infinitely large database stores an entry in every available slot, can a new entry still be added if every entry shifts to a new position? The first slot becomes available. This approach suggests that an infinite database can always expand without ever running out of space. The paradox of the infinite jail does not break any mathematical rules, but it defies normal intuition. People think of full as meaning no more can be. Added infinity does not work that way. This is why the concept of infinity is both useful and strange. It allows for a system that is completely occupied, yet still able to accommodate more. The paradox challenges assumptions about numbers, space, and structure, showing that infinite sets behave in ways that seem impossible at first glance.